and this instruction time of 7 hours will be resulting into weightage of 14 marks as 7 over 15. 7 is the time devoted to this particular topic. 15 is the total instruction time devoted to all topics. So 7 over 15 multiplied by the maximum marks 30. So 7 over 15 into 30 will come out as 14. So if we add this 14 plus 8 plus 8, it will become this 30, maximum 30. But these are initial weightages. So examiner or the paper setter can play around these weightages to some extent. So, but while determining the final weightages, so we should keep in mind this initial weightage. So we can slightly increase or decrease some topic depending upon the subject, depending upon the question which are going to be asked. So I think it is clear. So may I move further?
Yes, sir. He's saying thank you. He's got it, sir.
Thank you. Okay, now next comes this table of specification. So next step in proper question paper setting is that we then go to prepare a table of specification. Again, we are referring to our earlier table. So here you can see that we have decided final weightage as 8, 10, 12. So Boolean algebra is 8. Logic gates will have final weightage of 10, and this Boolean expressions will have final weightage of 12. So these 30 marks have been divided into 8, 10, 12. Now we go to need to prepare this table of specification. So we have written those topics again, and total marks have been written here, like 8, 10, and 12. So now how these 8 will be divided into a different basically learning different levels, Bloom's taxonomy level. So now depending on the COs, so we made this R basically refers to the first level of Bloom's taxonomy, remembering. This is understanding, applying. HA basically refers to the higher order levels, higher order abilities in the Bloom's taxonomy. So because we cannot really write good questions for higher order level, so all 3 higher order levels have been combined into one single column. So, but there can be division among these different levels. So some questions may be related to, say, remembering level, some questions may be related to understanding level, some questions may be related to applying level. So depending upon the COs. So now the COs, level of COs will come into picture while developing this table of specifications. So we will divide our this total marks which have been allotted to one particular topic among different levels. Similarly, say logic gate levels, question marks have been divided into these 3 levels depending upon the COs. So COs have been kept in mind while dividing these levels. Similarly, the next topics, say it is divided into 2, 4, and 6. So this table of specification is very important table while framing the questions or while selecting the structure of the questions. So we need to keep in mind the COs and the subject. So depending upon COs and the topic, so we need to divide our total marks of that particular topic into different levels of Bloom's taxonomy. So once done that, so we'll be now able to move to the next level. So now here comes the various types of questions or items which can be included in the question paper. Right. So up to now we have decided the topics, weightages, and then what will be the basically level of various questions under one particular topic. So that we have decided in the table of specifications. Now here we can see there are certain types of items or questions which can be included in the question paper. So some of those types are called as selection type items. Others are called as supply type items. So here you can see selection type items include alternate response type items, matching type items, multiple choice type items, assertion reasoning type items. So here basically we have to choose among, we have to select among different alternatives. So that is selecting type items. So supply type item means the student or the learner have to basically provide answers by recalling their knowledge and skills. So here we can see that there are different types of items.
But there is a question. Sorry to interrupt from Malda, sir. How we can calculate final weightage?
Final weightage we have seen here. Okay, let me again go back to the next slide. So final weightage, so this is the initial weightage which we have calculated using this formula. Now here we can decide some standard deviation. So if we want to be very perfect, then we can decide some standard deviation that this deviation can be there in one particular question paper. So depending upon that standard deviation, we can increase or decrease marks in a particular level. So if we are decreasing the marks from a particular topic, so then we have to increase marks in other topics. So that standard deviation can play the part. Or for simple,
Alves,
yes sir.
let me just come in here.
Yes sir, please.
You people be attentive to this one. Actually, you are asking a small thing to Dr. Balbinder, so it should not happen. You see, the instruction time is already mentioned in column 1, 4, 4, 7. Like 7 hours is devoting for Boolean expression, logic gate 4 hours, Boolean algebra 4 hours. So total number of hours is 4 plus 7, that becomes 15. This 15, now you are keeping your total marks for this particular section, all the 3 topics are 30. So for 30 marks you are devoting 15 hours of teaching. So that means per hour it is 30 divided by 15 is 2. So therefore the 4 hours of teaching should have 8 marks, 7 hours of teaching should have 14 marks, and if you add that 8, 14, that is becomes 30. But now this is a thumb rule, that this is the total marks divided by the total number of hours taken to cover that particular topic. That gives you a thumb rule of per hour rating. But you as a faculty, you know that I can slightly go for a standard deviation. I can keep a plus minus tolerance to that. Therefore, the 8 you want to keep 8, but the second column 8, second row 8, you want to make it 10, slightly give more 2 marks extra, so that 2 marks you are deducting from 14. So that's the way the final question when you are going to set, that final questions are to be set based on your own logic, that I want to put a numerical here, so I want to give a, or like very nicely he was talking about the Bloom's taxonomy label, even the verbs also he has used. So suppose, even though I am not a civil engineer, let me, you are putting a question like cantilever question, let's say, estimate the load. When you are asking for the estimate load, there may be a small complex, small data for which you are asking a straightforward estimation, or you are creating a indirect data assessment, and after that data when you are trying for the cantilever stress calculation or estimate, then you know that here this data simply directly the stress cannot be calculated in this cantilever. Therefore, it needs a indirect approach to get the data first, then use those data to calculate this stress. In that case, you can give more mark in that particular component. So that's the way you have to really see this. And these are, if you remember yesterday, I was telling that a question paper will give you the answer how much CO attenuability is there. Once you get the CO attenuability, that is going to give you the PO attenuability. So therefore, the attainment of PO depends on CO. CO attainment, how good you are attaining that, how good you are evaluating that, tools are used properly or not, that is related to your question paper. You are making a question for that. To prepare that question paper, the Bloom's level is your foundation. And that is what he has really created a good slide which I had not seen so intensively, but he is explaining that wherever you have some doubt, please ask him, because it directly having a link. Okay, Balbinder, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Balvinder sir, there is a question from Tushar Shende sir.
Yes, please.
Yes, Tushar sir, if you could unmute and ask.
सर गुड मॉर्निंग सर. सर मेरा ये क्वेश्चन था कि आपने ये प्रीवियस स्लाइड जो इसके बाद की जो स्लाइड है इसमें रूब्रिक्स का सॉरी बीटी लेवल का आपने डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन किया है.
जी.
तो इसमें सर हायर लेवल को ज्यादा वेटेज देना है या फिर लोअर लेवल पे ही उसका ये यानी कैसा उसका जस्टिफिकेशन करे एज ए फैकल्टी?
जो हायर लेवल्स हैं, so mainly just after 2-3 slides I will be showing one slide, so that will basically have answer for you this question. But at this point I want to inform that mainly we cannot ask in a limited time question paper, so we cannot ask very higher level questions, because higher level questions are not very suitable for this limited time question paper. So we can mainly up to it is just we can mainly go to up to level 4, but level 5 and 6 it's very difficult to have ask or to assess students.
There is a small tips for you. If you are looking forward to your first semester students, second semester students, therefore the Bloom's levels are confined to the 1, 2, 3 maximum, partially 3. But when you go for to the 7th, 8th semester students, then definitely you have to bring in certain amount of higher level to their evaluation process or the assessment process, because it is a requirement. By the time they have that maturity and they have that knowledge of mathematics, engineering, and the knowledge of applications, knowledge of analysis, so therefore higher level questions should be distributed that way. Because if you see in that limited time in Indian engineering service, suppose a student is going for Indian engineering service, the question level is higher level questions there. And in that matter, if you see in the gate also, so you have to prepare a student for those national level tests. So if they are not given a trial test in your own examination system, they will not perform well in the national level test. So keeping those things in your mind, as they move upwards in the semester, your question gradually should go towards a certain level of higher level type of approach. So once they reach to PG, we are more confined to the better higher level questions. That's the way it is up to the faculty member, depending on the level of the student who he is handling, at the same time what subject is handling. That is the way. If you have to grade yourself, then you'll see that you are in a position to really create a right kind of balanced question, because remembrance, understanding, application, higher order, all those things are coming very nicely. If you see the digital electronics topic, digital electronics higher order questions also can be, Balminder has written book, so he will be the right person to answer, but being a communication person, if we go for a very top higher level questions in communication subject, especially the stochastical process, if you are applying, then what Dr. Balwinder told, that in a limited time solving those type of complex higher level questions will be difficult. But at the same time, I can test a partial higher level test, understanding of the student, how partially he is knowing it or not, a small question in that way. So not going for a full-fledged higher level questions in that. If I put a small question which I understand that he can solve in 15-20 minutes, and I balance my question that way, that is also is a desirable thing. And that is exactly what, when the visiting teams, they go to respective institutes, they try to see that is the faculty is just harassing the student, putting lot of higher level questions and knowing that this cannot be answered in 3 hours time. Is the faculty just putting all low level questions so that they get good marks and they say goody goody about this faculty, give the good feedbacks? Is the faculty, so those type of things are seen, and accordingly the judgment or the decision is taken about the faculty, course, and the course delivery. So this is quite an intelligent way of having a different type of sliding windows, that your windows should slide over in such a way that you take care of all these components of Bloom's taxonomy in a very balanced way, and very nicely you can explain to your visiting team when they reach, is that this is what is sliding, that as they gradually go from terminal 1 test to terminal 2, I have slightly improved my question from level 1 to 3 to slide towards 4. When they are going for the final examination, I have somehow touched up to level 4 more and less in level 1 and 2, because they have already gone through that page of. So that sliding window approach including your assignment, this, that will lead to a student getting ready for the top competition like Indian Engineering Service, GATE, those type of national level tests where you want them to perform. That's exactly is the objective. You have to go in this way.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, one more question from Lakshmi ma'am. Is it required to take instruction time in calculation?
Yes, otherwise, how will you basically divide the weightage? So, for dividing the weightage, so we need to follow some basically logic. So, this instruction time or the instruction time is basically just not the any value which we insert here. So, it is during the curriculum design. So, it is decided that what will be the instruction time depending upon the topic importance and the topic's contribution to overall syllabus. So instruction time is important factor to decide the weightage time. So it is suggested that it should be
That will help you to also justify the question raised by the visiting team, because the visiting team will ask for this question, why did you put 2 marks? Why not 1 mark? Why not 3 marks? So unless you have something, you may not use the formula what Dr. Balvinder has given. You may devise your own formula and must have a logic in front of you. Why for this particular question you have given 2 marks, not 5 marks, or not 3 marks? These are the questions asked by the visiting team, that why did you fix 2 marks for this question?
so. Thank you, sir. So may I move further?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, sir. So, dear participants, so I was describing these various types of questions or items which can be part of our question paper. So, mainly selection type and supply type, these are two categories. So, under supply type, we have various further subcategories. So, here we can see under supply type, there can be simply fill in the blank, or short answer question, or restricted essay type, extended essay type question. So supply type question include all those items or those questions where the learner or the student have need to write their answers by using their knowledge and their skills which they have acquired. So in selection type, so it's they have to just choose one among various alternatives. So this I want to spend some time on this particular slide. So because it shows that what kind of item is suitable for what kind of Bloom's taxonomy level. And this is just suggestive slide. So as using the experience or the expertise of the faculty, so they can have slight variation. So here you can see it's not only about the limited type question. So here you can see the first technique of evaluation is written as an open book question examination. So if we are including in open book examination as part of our assessment techniques, then it's very well possible to have these higher level questions which can be asked and the students can answer those questions using this type of examination. But these open book examinations are not suitable for lower order abilities, for testing a lower order abilities. So then if we are referring to closed book examination, which is our main topic here. So then under supply type questions, so we have seen on the previous slide that these are various categories. So here we can have these different types. So extended essay type questions are not suitable for lower orders, testing lower order levels of Bloom's, like remembering and understanding. But we can have questions, this type of questions to test higher order skills like applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. Similarly, we are using restricted essay type questions. Then we can go up to say level 5, level 4, or level 5. So we cannot go to the last level when we are restricting the length of the question, as well as we'll have restriction on the overall time. Similarly, short type answer questions, so they are more suitable to test this first two levels, remembering and understanding level of the students. So they are not suitable for these higher order levels or higher order abilities. Similarly, fill in the blanks are also suitable for these remembering and understanding level. For selection type questions, so you can see that true, false, or matching type. So these are more suitable for the lower order categories. Multiple choice type questions, like Naik sir has just told that ultimately students have to go for the competitive exams like exams. So there they have to choose multiple type questions. So now depending upon the level of the question, so it can be simply remembering, understanding, or if they have to calculate, they have to solve, say, a complex problem, and then they have to choose the answer. So they can get the higher levels also. Similarly, assertions and reasoning type of items, so they are more suitable for the middle level of this Bloom's taxonomy. So they are not suitable for the lower level as well as the highest levels. So this is a we can say the guideline which we can follow while framing the questions and selecting the type of the question by which to be included in the our written.
Malvinder, just I want to clarify. You should not confuse with the format of question and the higher level approach. The format may be objective type, subjective type. Thing to do with that. Higher level, you can put a question where the candidate has to solve and go for a tick in the objective type question, like in GET.
Yes.
So therefore, don't think that if it is higher level questions, only subjective big derivation you have to do and put in the answer script. No, it may be in form, it may be asked, and in rough you have to do all tick in that. So that is to be kept in mind. Otherwise, general conception is that if it is objective, it should be remembered type of question. It is not. So that you should keep in your mind. Yeah, Dr. Balvinder.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Balvinder sir, there was an addition to a question. So is it required to take instruction time in calculation? So she was asking, it can vary from one course instructor to other for the same course?
Okay, so it's I think related to the weightage division, right?
Right.
So instruction time, basically here instruction time, when we are referring to instruction time, so we preferably we should refer to the instruction time suggested during the design of curriculum. So a good curriculum or the syllabus, in the syllabus itself, we have various units, and each unit has been given suggested instruction time. So if we take that instruction time into the calculation, so then there will be no variation. So that yes, please.
What is the sir process for fixing the time duration of the exam?
Time duration of the exam will be depending on whether yes, please.
You are taking 50 marks distribution. So what will be the time duration of for that exam?
Actually, this 30 marks generally we take such type of exams for the class tests, or say when we go for the mid-semester tests. So the final exams for topics, so we go for the more amount of time. Generally, we go for the 3 hours. So basically, this time for the 30 marks is around 1.5 hours or 2 hours, depending upon our study scheme. So when we are going for 30 marks or say 25 marks, so basically we are going for the this kind of time which we cover in the mid-semester test or class tests. But for a final examination, generally in some universities, 60 marks or 75 marks accordingly. So they give time of 3 hours. If say it's drawing type of subject, so even 4 hours are given for the basically time. So time is part of the study scheme. So then we have to consider that for deciding.
Means my question is like that, sir. Is it relationship between the instruction time and the exam time duration?
Time basically during the development of our study scheme. So we'll decide that after say covering this much of syllabus, we'll take the test. After covering this much of syllabus, we'll take the second test. Maybe from full syllabus, we'll take the final exam. So that division basically gives us the guideline about the test at what level, what extent of the syllabus will be covered, and accordingly we will set the exam. So obviously we cannot have a very large number of topics in a question paper which is having say less marks or which is say. So it's all depending on the topics which we want to include the part of syllabus and the marks, and accordingly for the marks, say we are giving say 100 marks, then we cannot cover that 100 marks question paper in say 1.5 hour or 2 hours. So it's giving decide it's this kind of answers that at mid semester we'll have 30 marks test, and this will be the part of syllabus which will be there.
Let me come in. Actually, look, Dr. Balbinder used a term study scheme. When we talk about the study scheme, if you see there is instruction time as well as the examination schedule in that, where the midterm and the final examination durations are also. Midterm exam is 1.5 hours, midterm 1, midterm 2, or 1 hour, depending on the study scheme. What Dr. give you what is based on the instruction. If you have devoted more time in particular unit and you are giving less mark for that particular unit, then it is not really justifying. Therefore, this is a thumb rule which has been given to you, but not necessarily as a teacher when you feel that even if it is a small unit, it has a difficulty level is high, and so while formulating the questions, because one is instruction time, another is your assessment or evaluation. Assessment evaluation is what is the level. So the level is coming in that. While how much your time devoting to give them the right kind of information and skill. So that is the way what he was talking in that slide was the instruction time, like 4 hours he have devoted. Marks is this, so therefore the wattage or the nearly that type of 8 marks you have to distribute. But if the 8 marks can be answered in 10 minutes, just because it is 8 marks, you should not fix 15 minutes for that. So that maybe you have kept 5 marks in the higher level, so that requires more time, so therefore your 1 hour has to be distributed that way. So that is the distribution which is highly dependent on the skill of the teacher and how he has understood or formulated the question for the student. But this thumb rule which is telling not to be confused, this thumb rule is that how much instruction time you have devoted, so therefore a relative wattage in the question paper must be created so that you are in a position to justify and the students are to devote that much of time to score that mark. So that is the balancing which is talking, Dr. Bhavendra is talking. So not to be confused that this is a examination time or the examination time is instruction time, it is not. They are two different platforms. Instruction is delivery, examination is assessing or evaluation. So they are two different platforms.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. So now we are at the last step of question paper setting. So I will cover these few slides very quickly because this general type of activities, although this is very important, but we should keep in mind. So I will be covering at a fast speed because of limited time. So you kindly interrupt me if any further discussion is required on any particular slide. So when we have decided all other things which we have just discussed, we have decided the question type, we have decided the weightage, and we are now ready to write our question paper. So it's basically a sampling of question paper. So question paper does not include only questions, so it includes many other things also, like general information, instructions, questions or items, mark distribution. So we have devoted previous slides on questions, items, and mark distribution. So in addition to that, so general information and instruction is also part of question paper. So in general information, basically we include such type of information that it's what is the name of university, branch, year, what is course name, course code, total marks, and time allowed for the question paper. So very clearly it should be included at the top of the question paper. And similarly, we should write certain instructions when the students are going to attempt the question paper. So what should be the general instructions that we should keep in mind? So while writing the instructions, we should keep in mind these certain features which are characteristics of a good instruction. So the instructions written should be complete as well as concise, and it should be correct and simple. It should be related to that particular subject for which it is written. If there are section-wise instructions, the instruction should be grammatically correct. So these some terms, these some characteristics of instructions while writing the instruction should be kept in mind. So this we have already covered, more or less covered, so about the questions item. So here certain few more points are there which can be kept in mind. So these questions should be relevant. So this should measure significant outcome for which we are targeting the assessment, and these should be correctly framed as per the guidelines of writing questions items. So these should be properly sequenced. These should be grammatically correct. So in addition to the earlier what we have just discussed for the question, so these are other features or other characteristics we should keep in mind while writing the questions. So proper allocation of marks to each question item should be included in the final question paper, and even a distribution of marks for subsections and subparts should be there. So if the question contains subparts, subsections, so then it should be there. So if we are considering giving questions on higher ability levels, so then the marks should be more. More marks should be relatively more marks should be allotted to the higher ability. So although we have calculated that how to write those marks, we have seen that table. And difficult questions assign more marks. So again, difficult question means they will refer to some higher order levels, so they should find more marks. So marking scheme should be provided. So it is very helpful for the students. So if the marking scheme means how the answer keys will be marked. So if some information about that marking scheme is provided, so that will also help the students to attempt those questions in a good way. So this is a kind of template so which can be followed. So this is a suggested template as per EICT exam reform policy. I have taken this template from that. So here you can see. So question numbers are there, questions are there, then marks are there. So which CO, particular CO it is referring. So that is given. Bloom's level is also specified. And so this last column, so we'll not touch at this point. So this is some extra term which they have included in AICT. So at this level, we'll not include touch this last. So maybe in another session we'll touch this. So this kind of template can be followed for the main heart of the question paper. So in addition to this, other parts can be there. Now. So now let's see this slide. Say we have conducted the exam and we have done the assessment, we have applied assessment tools, and we get say this type of result. Say at the knowledge level, so at the say lower level, the students are getting, mostly students are getting pass marks, students are getting pass. So similarly, say at comprehension level, that say 30% are passing. At the higher level, say application level, say the students are pass percentage is very less. So if we have to basically analyze our assessment procedure after applying the assessment, going through the assessment. So we have to analyze our assessment procedure, and that may be done at say using this kind of analysis. So that what is the pass percentage, and if the pass percentage is not meeting the target, then what should be the corrective measures? And that this type of analysis will be very helpful in deciding our corrective measures, as well as whether there is some problem in our assessment technique, so that whether we need to improve our assessment procedure. So that will also come into picture if we are seeing this kind of say we doing this kind of analysis. So because of the limited time, so I'm not say spending much time on this slide. So let me move on to the next part. So next part is basically devoted to the higher order abilities and professional skills. So just we have seen.
Balvinder, just a minute, go to the previous slide.
Yes, sir, please.
Actually, this slide has two requirements. One, like if you are a first timer, you are getting an insight that how your students are performing. If you are going for the next cycle of the NBA, then this analysis will help you to create that delta factor, continuous improvement in the record, and justifying that look, we have taken this type of remedial action, because of which, let's say in application level only 20% pass was there, now it is 22% or 23%, so there is a improvement in that. So that continuous improvement, when you are going for the second cycle, third cycle, these are the things seen there. If you are in the first time, then the visitors are coming, but you have already analyzed your this result, and you are trying to improve, let's say in CAYM2, means 2 years back only 15% were passing, now 17% are passing, now 18% are passing, so that also is an improvement, and that is seen that last 3 years this is the improvement they are doing it. So this particular brainstorming is required, and this is what to be recorded with the analysis drawn by the subject experts also in the department moderation committee, because that is the way it should be. And here comes that difficult subject, like the subject which are soft subject, digital electronics, in our electronics engineering we say it is a soft subject. The pass percentage, application level percentage can be high, but when it is a subject like electromagnetic theory or digital control systems, then definitely the application level can be kept as not 20, can be kept as 15, can be 10, kept as 10%. So that is the way this faculty member has a freedom to decide depending on the level of this subject. The subjects sometimes are not, so every subject should not be judged in the same scale. You know which subject is soft, which subject is hard, so accordingly you have to scale yourself. Yeah, Dr. Balvinder.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now I'm moving to the next part of today's presentation. So it's basically related to assessing higher order abilities and professional skills. Basically, here rubrics, the main tool which will come into picture. So we know that for the 21st century, professional skills are very important. So we call these as soft skills or generic skills or transferable skills. And most of the studies have shown that this industry or employers are more interested in this kind of higher order abilities or professional skills in addition to these various lower order skills. And even in NBA, our NBA graduate attributes also talk about various these soft skills or professional skills. So these kind of keywords have been the part of our graduate attributes. So higher order cognitive abilities like critical thinking, problem solving, making informed decisions. So these are required as a must characteristics for the graduates to succeed in the emerging world. So, it has been seen that most of the pass outs from many colleges, so they are weak in these professional or higher order skills. So that's why they are not getting good employments from the employer's point of view. So basically, it's also difficult to assess that what are the higher order skills in our conventional examination system. So we need to have some additional assessment techniques or assessment procedures, so where we can assess higher order abilities and we can inform the students if there are certain weaknesses in their abilities, so that they can improve. So open book examination is a tool which can be used to assess these higher order abilities, and which we can provide open book examination to the students, and they can come up with the solution. So we can ask higher level questions, and when they are given this open book examination, maybe time constrained or unconstrained, so they, depending upon the level of the question, so they can apply their knowledge and they can analyze the question paper, and they can come up with the answers which may be good measure of their higher order skills. So these open work examinations are particularly useful if we want to test skills in application analysis and evaluation, basically higher levels of Bloom's taxonomy. So, but in that particular program or curriculum, we need to identify the courses, the topics of the curriculum which are suitable for open work exam. So we cannot just give open work exam to any topic or any question. So we need to identify those courses or those topics which are suited for this such kind of open work exams. So there are certain advantages of open work examination. So these kind of open work examinations are less demanding on memory and hence are less stressful. So we can have questions which can emphasize more on higher order abilities like problem solving skills or application of knowledge and higher order thinking skills rather than simple recall of facts. So similarly, assessment questions can reflect real life situations. For example, we have seen questions that say the question may be to design a reward system for employees of a particular organization. So if we want to design a reward system for a particular organization, depending upon the scope of the organization, what kind of employees or staff is there. So analyzing all those things, the student may be asked to design a reward system. So questions can reflect real life situations. So where student need to apply their comprehension, information, synthesis kind of skills to come to the solution. So this is a procedure which we can use. But there is a challenge how to design a good open work examination, because most of our examiners are not trained or not gone through open work examination. So there needs some training before adopting these open work examinations. So such kind of examinations are totally different from the closed work examination. So we need a good open work examination. So questions should be as per that standard. Similarly, there is another scoring assessment tool, rubrics, which can be used to test higher order abilities and professional skills. So here in the upcoming slides, so I will be going through some basics as well as some features of the rubrics. Sir, what is the time for up to which I have to cover? Next, sir.
You just slide your timing. If you want to have a break, because I don't know whether you have my way of doing like I have the stamina without anything, I can continue. So if you want to have a break, we can go for a tea break for 15 minutes in between. But you can finish your slide accordingly. No need to hurry up. Let them understand the thing, because that is the total cross of the NBS system.
Yeah, sir. Break will basically break the flow. So, sir, I think I will take at least 30 minutes more to cover the slides.
So continuously, if you want to continue, that is okay for me, because that's not a problem. Up to 11:45, we can continue.
Yes, sir. So I will continue.
Your also course is going on now. You might have session there also. I don't know. I mean, what is your schedule?
No, sir. I today do not have any discussion.
So then, if you are taking 30 minutes, let's continue. Let's finish that. Otherwise, there will be a break of that flow.
Yeah. Yes. So I have considered that there may be certain participants who are very new to say this kind of terminology. So I have kept some certain slides for the participants who are very new to this kind of terminology. So that's why in these slides you will see that there are certain very basic slides. So I am starting with what are rubrics. So it is a flexible tool used by instructor to assess the student work. So basically in rubrics, there are instructors' performance expectations. So what the expectations are there from the instructor point of view, so those are included. So what are various levels on which those performance expectations are divided? So expectation, highest level of expectation, middle level of expectation, lowest level of expectation. So different levels of expectations are there in the rubric. And what is the meaning of, say, a highest level of expectation with respect to a particular criterion? So that is also described in the rubric. So rubric is basically we can say the scoring guideline to evaluate student performance through a detailed description of performance levels and detailed description of performance expectations from the students. So the main purpose of the rubrics is to assess the performance. So then generally a question comes that what can be assessed with the rubrics. So we can classify here our student work into two categories. One is the process of doing something, and another is the product that is a result of student work. So process of doing something means when the students are doing, say, an experiment. So how they are using the equipment, and what are the physical skills, and what is the kind of oral communication. So what are the work habits, or how they are behaving in the team. So all those things while doing something, doing some study work, so we can assess the students during the process of doing, or there is a product that is a result of student work, like students have submitted a project report or any particular assignment report, they have constructed projects, they have submitted term papers. So in that case, we have a kind of product which we want to evaluate. So the rubrics can be designed and applied in either category. We can design rubrics which can be used to assess the process, the students while they are doing something, or we can design the rubrics to evaluate the product which the students have submitted. Even if they are working in a team, so what is their contribution to the team, what is their individual contribution, how as a team member the student is behaving. So we can also design and we can use rubrics for evaluation of that. So these are some of the advantages of using the rubrics. So if we are using the rubrics, so our evaluation will be, assessment will be very transparent. So student can understand assignment expectations at a glance when they see the rubrics, and the assessment will be done as per those expectations only. So this will bring in transparency in the system. And many times we have seen that there is a large number of students though which are part of the same kind of activity, and they have to be evaluated as part of different sections. And even there are sometimes different teachers which are taking care of different sections. So to bring in the consistency, so if we use the rubric, so the same grading process will be used by different structures for different sections, so there will be consistency in the assessment. And even when everything is shared with the students in advance, so the rubrics contains expectations, various performance levels, and how to reach one particular performance level. So everything is shared with the students, as well as teachers are following that only. So there will be no scope of biasness or the unfairness by the teachers, because as teacher we keep our students same, but sometimes students feel that one particular student is a favorite student and teacher is giving more marks, but this kind of scope will not be there in the mind of the students if the rubrics is used. So a kind of objectivity, sense of objectivity will be there. It will streamline the process of grading and makes the process more efficient. And even students can use these rubrics for the self-assessment and the assessment of their peers. So that way they come to know about the possible assessment, they come to know the strengths and weaknesses. And it is also very helpful tool to track students' improvement. So if the rubrics is part of formative assessments, then specific feedback is given, so which helps the students to improve on their weak points, and that way students' performance will be improved. So we can have these two categories of rubrics. So in the one category classification, we call rubrics as generic and task specific. Other kind is holistic rubrics and analytics. So let's quickly go through these different kinds. So generic rubric, that is a rubric which can be used across similar performances. For example, there is a rubric which may be designed to use for all communication tasks or problem solving tasks. So basically, if we are interested in a big picture approach, so we can go for this kind of generic rubric. But scope of subjectivity may be there if the evaluators are not very having expertise in using the rubrics. So task-specific rubric is better choice because it is can be used only for a single task and it presents the most focused approach if we are using the task-specific rubric. Similarly, another classifications, rubrics can be classified as holistic rubrics and analytic rubrics. So in holistic rubrics, it is a general rubric, but it has the advantage that it is easy to use and create. So here, what is there in this kind of rubric? So we have a list of different levels, and then the overall description, criterion-based description of those levels is included in the rubric. So let me show the example. So this kind of rubrics gives a whole picture approach. So this will be more clear with the help of say this kind of example. So let's say we want to assign ABCD grades. So then how the particular grade A can be achieved. So that is included under this part, description of expectation. So let's see this an example of holistic rubrics. Say this rubrics is for evaluating say written communication. So there we can see that 4 grades are there. So 4 levels are there: above average, sufficient, developing, needs improvement, and then there is overall description of the expectation. So here we can see that 3 lines are written. So the first line is the audience is able to easily identify the focus of the work and is engaged by its clear focus and relevant details. So here we can see that this is first line, so which is basically related to the structure of the written communication. So this written communication may be say term paper or simply an assignment. So second is information is presented logically and naturally. So second line is related to the flow of the information. Third line is there are no more than 2 mechanical errors or misspelled words to distract the readers. So third line is related to the grammatical accuracy. So if we see this first description of above average grade, so we can see that there are 3 criterions which are referred. So first criterion is the structure of the communication, structure of the student work. Second is related to the flow of the information. Third is related to the grammatical accuracy. So all the 3 these criterions are part of one description only. So in this holistic rubric, so we have only one description for the whole level. So similarly for the sufficient level, if we compare these descriptions, so expectation will be somewhat less as compared to the highest level, but the criterions will remain common. So those 3 criterions will be part of each description. So all the descriptions will be based on the common criterions. So here the 3 criterions have been chosen for writing these expectations. As we go from the highest level to lowest level, the expectation will dilute, or the expectation will be less. So as per the student work, so student work will be matched with one particular description, and accordingly one particular grade will be assigned. Similarly, this is another example of holistic rubrics where in addition to these grades, so there we can see those outstanding, very good, so those type of linguistic grade verbs are there, even ABCD is there, and we can also have some kind of scoring. So like A grade refers to 90 to 100. So these kind of scoring can also be assigned as in these rubrics. So we're using this kind of holistic rubrics. So this is a quick way to provide an overall evaluation. This saves time in developing as compared to the second kind. So we'll be going through the second kind of analytic rubric. So we'll see that how much time is involved in developing the rubric. And here the number of decisions which are required to be made by the instructor, so those are less while the evaluation, so it saves time. So it can be consistently applied by the trained instructors, and because the whole student work has to be matched with single description, so some kind of expertise is required in using this kind of rubric. So this kind of rubric is very general. If we are using this kind of rubric, so it will not provide very specific feedback to the students. So and there is one major point: when student work is at varying levels spanning the criterion points, it can be difficult to select a single best description. So this kind of dilemma may be faced by the teachers while they are using the rubrics. For example, again, if say I go to this rubric again, say the teacher is using this kind of rubric to assign the grade, and say the teacher is finding that the first 2 statements of the highest level are satisfied by the student work. That means these first two, the structure is good, the information flow is good, but student has made many or more than two say errors, or the grammatical misspellings are there. This kind of problem is there. So now, so if the instructor refers to this third line, so that means above average level should not be given to the students. Similarly, if they think on the basis of first two lines, so that those two statements are say satisfied by the student work. So in that kind, the teacher may be in dilemma whether to assign this above average grade or sufficient helping, because a single best description cannot be found from the rubric which matches with the student work. So this is one of the major disadvantage of the rubric. So this kind of rubrics is more suitable when we are say evaluating creative work, when there is no correct right or wrong answer is there, or when the focus is on overall quality, proficiency, or understanding of a specific content or skill, or even this kind of holistic rubric, because this is not providing very specific feedback, so it may be used during the summative feedback instead of formative feedback. Or if the number of the students is significantly large, and we are going for summative feedback, or we are just interested in overall big picture type of evaluation, so then this kind of rubric may be used. So now let's come to the second rubric, so which is analytic rubric or descriptive rubric. So most of the time when any teacher or instructor says rubric, so the teacher or the instructor refers to this kind of rubric. So there are three key features in this kind of analytic rubric or descriptive rubric. So on leftmost column we have different criterion points, then we have different performance levels, and then we have performance descriptions. So criterions are basically actual expectations for the assignments on which the assignment is graded, and these different criteria are scored individually. Performance ratings are the basically different levels which the students are expected to achieve. So there may be different scores, 1, 2, 3, 4, or there may be language like excellent, very good, good, poor. This kind of thing is there. Then there are performance descriptions, which is the bulkiest part of the rubric. So this describe the traits corresponding with each criteria and performance rating. So basically these performance descriptions tell us the students that how a student can earn a particular performance rating for the given criteria. So these are three major parts of the criterion. So this may be more clear when we refer to this example. So for example, for the same written communication we have earlier seen in the holistic rubric, there were three different parameters, all were included in single description, but in analytic rubric, so there will be one particular row for each that criterion. So first was the clarity, second was the sequencing, third was the correctness of error, grammatical correctness. So in analytic rubric, all these three criterion will be considered separately, and students will be evaluated individually for each criterion, and they will be assigned one particular level depending upon their work. And in analytic rubric, so there will be description for each particular level with respect to that criterion, like clarity criterion. So when this clarity criterion, on the basis of clarity, this criterion, when the student will be assigned above average grade, so that will be written in under that particular heading. So here we can see the central purpose of the student work is clear, supporting ideas are always well focused, details are relevant, enrich the work. Say this is a description with respect to clarity. Then if the student work is satisfying this description, then the above average score, above average grade will be assigned. So there may be this kind of numbering also. So similarly, we can see that if this particular description is not satisfied, then the teacher will check the second description. The central purpose of the student work is clear, and ideas are almost focused in a way that supports the thesis. Relevant details illustrate the author's ideas. So if we compare the description of sufficient level with above average level, then we'll see that the expectation in the sufficient level is less as compared to above average level. So if this is not satisfied, then the teacher will find whether this is satisfied, then the sufficient level will be assigned. Otherwise, student work will be matched with the other descriptions. So similar kind of descriptions will be there for each of the criterion, like organization will have their description. Similarly, mechanics, this grammatical correctness, so that kind of criterion will again have the description, so student work will be matched. So here there is a scope that student may get say highest level in one particular criterion, so he or she may not be getting the highest level in say second or third criterion. So when the feedback or the evaluation, this rubrics based evaluation is shared with the students, student will come to know that in which particular criterion the student is getting the highest grade. So that means that is the strength of the student. So if student is not getting highest grade in one or two or some of the criterions, so then they will come to know that they have to improve upon those particular criterions, and they will come to know their weaknesses. There is a very good scope of improvement. So that's why we say that these analytic rubrics, they provide very specific feedback of strengths and weaknesses to the students. So this is another example of analytic rubric. So where we can say there are four levels: excellent, good, needs improvement, unsatisfactory. Then there are four criterions on which the student work is evaluated. So similarly, different examples can be found related to different student work. So advantages of using analytic rubrics. So this provides specific feedback of areas of strengths and weaknesses. So judgment or the evaluation assessment is based on the criterion, and if certain criterions are more important, so then we can assign relative weightage while converting these assessment into marks or into final grade. And this provides the instructor with the ability to grade objectively and consistently. Students get the idea before they do the assignment or the learning activity, so they know that how they are going to be graded. So they get the idea and they accordingly prepare and they perform accordingly so that they reach the highest level. So it provides more usable data as compared to other types of rubrics. So limitation or disadvantage of this kind of rubrics may be that it takes more time to create and use than a holistic rubric, and sometimes because descriptions are to be written, so if those descriptions are not well defined, evaluators may not arrive at the same score, so that then the total purpose will be lost. And similarly, sometimes rubrics are developed in very much detail, so the rubrics are having a very large number of criterions and contains a large number of descriptions. That means rubrics is a bulky rubric or basically very detailed rubric. So in that case, students may not take the time to read them and to understand them about the expectation. So again, the purpose of using the rubrics will be lost. So if it is not understood by the students. So then generally certain questions that rubrics, what is the difference between checklist and rating scale. So I have included some slides related to that. So checklist is when we have to say give this type of answer, yes or no. So this kind of evaluation tool is generally called as the checklist. So this is a quick way of grading. So when we have just decide this way or that way. Similarly, rating scale. So in rating scale, it is more like a rubric. So here we can see that criterion is there, different levels are there. What lacks here is the detailed description. So if we include detailed description, so then we'll call this as a rubric. So if we are not including the this kind of detailed description, then it will be more called as a rating scale. So on the basis of expertise of the evaluator, student work will be evaluated and a particular grade will be assigned. So quickly I will go through these steps to create the rubric because I have to also touch that case study of attainment calculation. So if we want to create a rubric, so it's better to first list down, go through the various steps. So first step is for what purpose we want to decide the we want to design the rubric, so that needs to be decided. Then we need to choose a format, so whether analytic or holistic format, which kind of format is more suitable. Then we can search the literature and we can look for certain models of the rubrics which are they are used by different peers, so we can get some idea about the format and other kinds of rubric elements, whether we are on right track. Then we need to define the criteria on the basis of which we'll be assigning the students. We will be assessing the students. So this criteria, defining criteria is very important. So I want to go into detail related to this step 4. So when we are defining the criteria, so first this statement is very important. So what is the student expected to produce? So what are the common expectations across instructor? So when the criterions are decided, so the criterions should be such that which are common expectations. So there should not be very specific expectations from an instructor point of view. So the criterion should be referring to the common expectation, means the expectations which are related to that student work. So depending on the criterion, so we decide various other descriptions and other parts of the rubric. So those criterion should be measurable and they should not overlap, and we should be very clear that we can individually evaluate those criterions for different levels. And once this is decided, this will become the leftmost column of the grade of the rubrics, and then we go for the grading scales and performance ratings. So here also we have to decide that how many levels of achievement levels are possible for the given expectation. So we should not have so large number of levels or very small number of levels. So generally 4 to 6 levels of achievements are included in the rubrics depending upon the criterion used, and how students level will be rated by the. Is there any query? Okay. So grading these grading levels may be having numbers from say 1, 2, 3, 4 depending on the number of levels, or there may be short descriptions like unacceptable, marginal, proficient, distinguished. So these kind of descriptions may be used. And once we are ready with our criterions and we are ready with our performance levels, then we need to write the rubrics, we need to write the descriptions. So these descriptions should be very clear so that these are understood by the evaluators as well as by the students. So it is generally suggested that begin by describing the highest level of performance and then write the next highest, second highest, and so on, go to the last level. So basically, while writing these descriptions, so there will be a kind of flow from highest level to lowest level. So there should be a kind of different expectations summarized in one particular description, and we can involve students for the clarity of the description, whether they are understood, or we can involve the colleagues while writing the descriptions. And even we can try those test our sample rubrics on the some students before these are finalized. So then, if we have say designed the rubrics and we have applied the rubrics and we have done every possible precaution while designing the rubrics, so then it is also suggested that the rubric should be evaluated even after the rubrics is used to determine if it is the most appropriate tool for the assessment tasks for which it has been designed. Then these are some of the questions which may be kept in mind while deciding or while evaluating the rubrics itself. So does the rubrics relate to outcomes being measured? Does it cover important criteria for student performance? Does the top end of the rubrics reflect excellence? So this is very, this third line is very important when we are writing description. So the highest level we generally, the highest level of expectation, so generally we seek that the students show mastery in a particular criterion. So if we are writing description which is not exactly demanding for the excellence or the mastery of the topic, then the student will not prepare for that. So accordingly, we should keep in mind that that highest level of description should reflect the mastery expectation from the student. So these certain points may be kept in mind while evaluating the rubrics. So then there are certain suggestions to use rubrics effectively. So if we want to use rubrics effectively, then it should be prepared and available for students before they begin work on the task, because it will help them to prepare for the task accordingly, because they will know about the expectations, and it will be more helpful during their teaching learning process also. So this rubric should be shared with the students so that they discuss in class. So and they may give certain suggestions where certain refinements or improvements may be required in the rubric. So rubric should be revised as per the suggestions of the students when it is shared in the class before it is actually used for the evaluation. And students should be given chance to evaluate their own work or their peers' work using the rubrics. If they are doing that, so they will be more involved in the rubrics terminology, and they will understand rubrics in proper way, and accordingly they will perform for their activity. So if the students are involved during the development of the rubric, so they feel that they are part of this particular tool, and they will own that particular rubrics, and they basically try to think independently, and they can it will help to manage their own learning. And also to use the rubrics effectively, so if the feedback is given to the student in terms which are laid in the rubric, so then the students will be more aware of their strengths and weaknesses, and it will help in accepting the rubrics more genuinely. There are certain technical tools which may be used for applying the rubrics or generating the rubrics. So this Google Classroom or Moodle, so they have their own rubrics which may be used by if we're giving assignments to these learning management systems. Even in Turn 10, there is an option of rubric function which can be used. Then there are certain free tools like iRubric, RubyStar, which can be used for getting ICT help if we are going to use the rubrics. Now, I am going to this last part of presentation, so where I will be sharing one case study of the attainment calculation. So, is there any question up to this point related to rubrics? Kamal, is there any question in the chat?
Right now, there is no question, sir.
Okay, so if there is no question, then I think I can move further. So, dear participants, now this is a kind of case study which I have used to show the attainment calculation. This is just a case study, so it is just we are sharing that what they have used because it is not that we have to follow this procedure only, so we can develop our own calculation procedure also. So it is an indicative calculation. So here we'll see attainment of POs and COs as well as PSO. So I will start with attainment of course outcomes. So here you can see that in course outcomes we have talked about the use of direct methods as well as indirect methods. Rubrics is also used for both formative and summative assessment. So this all we have covered. So I will directly go to this kind of table. So where they have basically planned that how they will be using any particular assessment method and what will be the frequency. So like internal assessment test. So the first table 1 is there for direct assessment tools used for CO attainment. So what will be the frequency? Small description is also there. So this kind of plan we can make for our college, our subject. So internal assessment tests, they are used twice in a semester. Similarly, lab assignments, experiments, they are using once in a week. End semester examination, practical semester examination, they are used once in a semester. Home assignment, they have given twice in a semester. Similarly, they also use the class or assignment tests twice in a semester. They have used a kind of preliminary examination once in a semester. They have used presentations, and the frequency is considered as per the requirement of the subject. Okay, so these 8 direct assessment tools they have used for this particular CO attainment. So depending upon our plan, so there may be a more number of assessment tools or less number of assessment tools. So again, I want to clarify here that it is not that we should use only this kind of procedure. So just it is an indicator that how we can plan our assessment, but more or less it covers different tools and how they are used for the calculation. So in indirect assessment tool, they have used only course exit survey and they have conducted at the end of semester. And then they have used these kinds of weightages. CO attainment is calculated using 2 different kinds of tools, direct tools and indirect tools. Under indirect tools, they have used only course exit survey. Under direct tools, they have divided direct tools into internal tools as well as external tools. Internal tools, they have given 60%, external tools, they have given 40%. Similarly, under internal tools, they have different tools which we have seen there, like assignments or other things which we have just seen. So they have kept 80% for other tools and 20% for preliminary exam. So we have seen here in the table that there are preliminary exam and semester exam. In addition to that, there are 6 other kind of tools which they have used. So this is the basically flow division of various weightages. Now here again same plan is now included along with the weightages. Assessment tool under direct, there are internal tools. So under internal tools they have considered assignment tests twice in a semester, internal test, home assignments, practicals, mock practicals, MCQ. So this kind of they have given weightage, 80% weightage to this. And then 20% weightage they are given to the preliminary examination. Similarly, external tools are there. So they have given 40% weightage to external tools. So this 60-40 is basically division of internal tools. So out of internal tools, 60% is given to the these tests and 40% is given to the external end semester examination. Similarly, course exit survey, they have given 20% overall weightage. And now how they have set the target levels. So for their particular target setting, so what they have done, CO attainment level is set based on previous 3 years average performance levels in the university examination of that course. So this is what they have followed. So we can follow our own target level setting with full justification. So they have followed this kind of target level setting. They have used a previous 3 years examination, and what they have done, so they have found out the average marks scored in each course in last 3 years, then find the number of students scoring above the average marks, and this they have set as the middle level goal setting, level 2. And then they have reduced by 5% to set level 1, and they have increased by 5% to set the level 3. So this will be more clear with this example. Say for one particular course name, say this is the course name, they want to set the target for the 17-18, then they have used previous 3 years result. So total students during last 3 years they have considered as 73, 75, 75, and they have calculated total marks of these 73 students and 75 students, and total marks they have calculated. Then they have calculated the class average. So this comes out here, this total marks divided by total student, 43, 49, 36, and overall average of these 3 numbers is 42. So what is this 43 percentage? So this is the percentage class average marks. So 54, 61 and 43. So this is a 54% they have achieved during this particular class. Here they have achieved 61% as class average, 45% as class average. So now they have taken the average of these 3 and they have kept the 53 as threshold for achievement. So number of students achieve the average marks. Here 48 students achieve the average marks. Here 50 students achieve the average marks. Here 49 students. So now they have taken the average of these 3 and here they have taken this average. So here it should be 48, not 38. So now they have converted this number of students into percentage, and here that average percentage is calculated. So what they have calculated during from the past 3 years, they have calculated that 65% of the students have achieved average marks in that particular subject for the last 3 years. So they have kept that particular achievement as level 2. And they have decreased by 5%, and that has been set as a level 1. Here it is level 1, and they have increased by 70%, 5% to achieve the 70%. They have set as a level 3. So here it should be level 3. So this is how they have set their target levels. Now let's see calculation of CO attainment for this particular subject. So here, say there are these 6 COs which they want to say, check the attainment. So now here this table of correlation of COPO correlation and COPSO correlation will come into picture. So while developing COPO mapping, so this kind of correlation table is developed. So where COPO mapping is done, as well as what kind of mapping is there, whether it is a strong mapping or moderate mapping, or we can say the weak mapping. So according to that, so particular correlation value is given, and average is taken, and average is converted into whole number, and that is taken as the PO1 basically correlation with that particular subject. Similarly, PO2 correlation with that particular subject. So PO2 is having correlation of 3 for this subject for all basis on the basis of these COPO attainment. So now they have divided that when what CO will be tested. So this CO1 will be tested using these 2 tools. First tool will be assignment test 1. Second tool will be internal assessment 1. Similarly, they have, now you can see they have planned that which CO will be tested at what frequency and using which kind of particular tool. So that is done. And even these examples of question papers are also used, where they have mapped those questions with particular COs, and weightage is given. CO1 question, CO3 question, CO2 question, similarly second internal assessment 2, so CO4, 5, and such linking of mapping of CO with questions is given in different assessment tools. So this kind of work has been done. So once the students attempt these questions, then this is the kind of summary of CO tool marks which has been generated. So here we can see the CO1 was tested using these 2 tools, assignment test 1 and internal assignment 1. So 10 marks were given to the this particular tool, and 10 marks were given to this particular tool. Now we can see that what scores of students are written in this particular sheet. So for each CO, for using each assessment tool, what is the score of students? So that is written, and it is written for all COs and for common tools like end semester examination. So it is maybe common to all COs, so it is written as one single column. And when the CO wise assessment marks are there, so those are written as CO wise assessment mark. So this kind of table is generated. And then from this kind of table, this is for direct tools. We can see here that this is for direct tools. Similarly, this kind of table is generated for indirect tools. So here we can see that this is a summary of course exit survey. So these were the course outcome questions. So this question was asked. Say this first question. Refer to this first question. So say this was given to 60 students, right? And 19 students answered it as 5, 21 students answered it as 4, 17 students answered it as 3, 1 student answered as 2, so like this. So they have calculated that how many students have answered in using what kind of rating. So now from this rating, average rating is calculated. How this average is calculated? So let me open calculator here. So this 19 student answered as 5. So what we'll do? So we'll multiply 19 by 5. Then 21 student answered as 4. So we'll add 21 into 4, right? Then 17 student answered as 3. 17 multiplied by 3, right? Then similarly one student answered as 2, so we'll add 2. Similarly, one student answered as 1. So if we see, so this comes out to be 233. Okay, so now if all students might have answered as 5, so highest possible answer is 5, say all the 60 students say answered it as 5, then the score would have been 300. So we'll divide this score by maximum possible score, so we'll divide by 300, then what will come here is this average 78%. So we can see that 78% was achieved for this particular question, CO question. Similarly, we'll calculate average for all other questions. Now 78% was the level of 3. So we have here seen the level. So if more than 70% is there, then it is representing level 3. 65 to 70 is representing 2. Less than 60% is representing level 1. So this is how CO attainment is done for this particular indirect survey. Now let's see overall CO attainment calculation. So for overall, again, CO attainment calculation, this table is reproduced. So 53% mark is the criteria. So if 60% marks percent student achieves 53, then it is attainment 1. 65% of students achieve the threshold, then 2. Similarly, 70% achieve the threshold, then it is 3. So now here they have calculated overall assessment. So here we can see that direct assessment was calculated for this CO1 using two tools, tool 1 and tool 2, and this is the average score from tool 1, this is the average score from tool 2. This was the average score from the third tool, preliminary tool, so which was the common tool for all. So we can see that this common tool will have same value for all the COs, but this CO-wise tools, which when they have been applied, so they will have different values of the CO achievement. So now here they have included that indirect assessment also, so course exit survey, which we have just seen. So here we have seen that we have calculated this average 78%, 75. So all those things have been included. So 78, 75 CO wise. So now here we can see that 80% weightage is given to these two tools, 20% weightage is given to this preliminary tool, and 78% is given to this particular tool. So now this 80% means this is multiplied with 0.8. This is also multiplied with 0.8. Then these two are added and divided by 2. So that becomes the 80% part of this. Then that value is added with the 20% weightage of this. So then this 20% weightage of this and average 80% weightage of this is multiplied further with 80% to account for this 80% part of direct assessment. So then this 78% we have calculated above. So now we can see that this 78% is part of this particular course exit survey, and this calculation will be given by 80% part of this, and it will come out to be 68%. This internal attainment will come out to be 68. So if we calculate, multiply by these weightages, so 80% for these two, 20% for these, then whatever the sum is obtained, so that is further multiplied by 80%, and this 78% is multiplied by 20%, then these two are added and it will come out to be 68%. Now according to this table, 68% is attainment level 2. So it is, we can see that attainment level 2 is written here. And similarly from external attainment level, so external exams, so say 83% is the achievement in external exams. So 83% corresponds to level 3. So now this level 3 is given. Now we have seen that this in their plan, they have considered internal assessment as 60%, external assessment as 40%. So this 2 is multiplied by 0.6. So 2 into 0.6 will become 1.2, and again this 3 is multiplied with 0.4. So 3 into 0.4 will come again 1.2. So this 60% of 2, 40% of 3 will come out as 2.4. So this is final attainment level for this CO using this particular procedure, using these various tools. Similarly, the CO attainment is calculated for these different attainment levels, 1.83. So all these CO attainments are calculated. Then these CO attainments are written in this particular table. So this 2.4, 2.4, these were the attainments for CO1. Similarly for CO2, what are the attainments for different PO? So these are written. And then for overall calculating of PO1 for this subject. So this average will be taken. So CO1 attainment was 2.4 with respect to PO1, 1.83. All these average will be taken, and then the PO attainment using this subject, using all COs will be calculated as a simple average. So this way, for this course, all PO attainments will be calculated. So this is how PO attainment is calculated from the CO attainment for one subject. So once we have for one subject, then we go for the calculation of PO attainment for all subjects. And from all subjects, once we have values of all subjects, then we'll put the PO attainments for all subjects in this kind of program articulation matrix, and then we'll take the overall average and we'll get finally the PO attainment or the PSO attainment using the average. So here we can see that when all subjects are taken, so direct attainment part is given 80%, then indirect assessment 3%, this 20%. So then overall average is calculated for the PO attainment or PSO attainment. So this is what I wanted to demonstrate, although I have demonstrated in a very fast manner. So, but I hope the participants might got an idea that how these tools are used for the various calculations of attainments and all those things. So let me go back to again. So having described that particular case study, so now I am moving towards conclusion of this session. So if we want to have good assessment, then we as stakeholders, as faculty, we must have understanding of suitable assessment tools. What assessment tool is suitable for the kind of assessment which we are targeting, depending upon the CO and depending upon the subject. And after that, we need to develop effective and course outcome based assessment tools, whether we are developing, say, written examination question paper or we are developing rubrics. So it should be based on our COs which we are targeting. And not only development, effective development is important, so all the stakeholders should also be familiar with the assessment procedure and the attainment procedures. So then only these assessment tools and procedures will be helpful for the overall development. And we need to use the technology. So various technical tools we can use for various kind of calculations or various kind of say getting the answers from the students. So those can be used. So with this, I want to thank Nayak sir for the opportunity given to share these slides with the participants. And now I am open for any discussion.
I think, Balbinder, thank you so much. What you can do, you can share this PPT in my SSP account. If there's have some doubts, then I can take care of that tomorrow, because I'll give them some assignment today. So if there is some clearance required, then tomorrow I can discuss the same slide what you have, mainly the attainment slide. You can share those slides, 4 or 5 slides with me.
Right, sir, right.
Since it's a very expensive 2 hours plus you have taken, you go for some water and tea, and whatever doubts they are having, I'll try to attend to those doubts, and if required, maybe with your slide tomorrow I can take care in a better way. Okay, right. Thank you so much, Dr. Balbinder.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Kamal, we break for tea now for 15 minutes.
Okay.
We are starting after 15 minutes, and after that I'll show them some this media related activities. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay. So, dear participants, we will have a tea break of 15 minutes now. So, I request everybody to be back by 12:20. It's 12:04. So, we'll start with the next session at 12:20. Thank you. I could see there were two hand raises. So just like Patnaik sir said, so all your queries will be handled by sir himself. So once the next session starts or tomorrow, however sir will say, we'll take your queries. So kindly please make a note of your queries and we'll then put it forward to sir. So we'll break for tea now.
Excuse me.
Yes, Lakshmi ma'am.
Sir, am I audible?
You're audible, Lakshmi ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Kamal,
Yes, sir.
can we show the NCTL analytics?
Yes, yes. Yes, sir. I'm just presenting.
So now it is your show, I'll be explaining only.
हाँ जी, sir.
So friend, certain things which I would like to bring, that in criteria 2 in course program curriculum and teaching learning, which is also linked to the COPOs. So those component I had given in timetable how media can play a better role for bringing out some innovative approach for teaching learning and also improving your COPOs. This is what I am going to show you today. When we talk about the media, there are digital media, there are print media. For example, in laboratory case, what I was telling, that if you create a manual for your students of your own way of explaining them and give them a print material type of things, so that is a value addition to the teaching methodology which you have adopted. Or you have given a supplementary tasks to them. Like this is the experiment you do, these are the tasks. And also like the other day I was telling that you conduct an experiment and ask them, give a paragraph writing, use your mobile phone, see the Google teachers, go for the literatures and so give me a one paragraph write-ups on application of this experiment. So these are the things which are required in many ways. So one such way is that always money is not the requirement for innovation. One of the example I am giving you, this is a channel which we created, YouTube channel called NITR Chandigarh Technology Enabled Learning. 2013 I created this channel when before leaving for Vice Chancellorship. I was the head of this department, so that time we started using Google Hangout for conducting online programs. Today the Google Meet which you are seeing, that time 2012 Skype, Google Hangout, people used to talk to their friend in US, UK, Australia. I use this Google Hangout to conduct this type of FTP or STP for 5 days. 6 hours a day, every day we used to conduct. And initially 9 nodes, 9 points were free. So we used to pick up 9 institutes. Each institute, people like you, 50, 60 student participants used to be there. So we used to address to 400 plus people in our certain course. Then the 9 node becomes 13 node. By the time I was leaving, it was 13 or 15 nodes, but later on it went up to 28 nodes. So my institute, this Chandigarh, conducted way back in 2012 online training program or FDP, full-fledged FDP for one week, using this social media, so-called the Google Hangout that time. So it is not new for us. We are much ahead of the timeline. The people who are now well versed with this online type of interaction, after COVID, we are much ahead of that. We were knowing, we are training the people. So while in 2012 I was using this Google Hangout for doing it, then I saw that this broadcast of the Google Hangout program is happening through a YouTube channel. So 2013 January, 2012 September I started Google Hangout. 2013 January I created a channel that is called NITR Chandigarh Technology Enabled Learning YouTube channel. And this is a real-time statistic which you are seeing today. 20.4 million viewers. Can you imagine? Without spending a single rupee. YouTube channel में क्या spend करना होता है आपको? Nothing. The server is there, the streamer is there, the transmitter is there. So and it can be accessible to anybody if he has an internet connection, even sitting in home, he can open it up. So without spending any money, we are there for 20.4 million viewers. And now subscriber, you see, the subscriber is 1,66,000. It's not a small number. If you have a channel where the subscriber of 1,66,000 and if the channel is so important, then they will ready to give you money and you can earn substantial amount. Now the department has been asked to monetize this thing. They have now putting this channel for monetization. Will gradually go for the monetization because we found that $3.31 without doing anything, the people have started earning. So now we are looking into that how to go about it. Now what we have done in this YouTube channel, we have linked to our own website where we have categorized the video lectures in respective departments so that you don't search the whole channel. You want civil engineering, go to the civil engineering link, get the civil engineering related videos. Similarly, for mechanical, civil, electrical, we have divided that way. You see, these are the different departments where, let's say, videos of civil engineering department. You have theory video, you have practical videos, even PPTs are also, sometimes slideshow videos are also created. So, the channel people are, what we do is especially, like I call an experts, we have a studio, ask them to deliver the talk in studio. That gets recorded, edited and uploaded. Today, like this type of talk which is happening, these are also being recorded in our server because Kamal is recording that. So Dr. Kamal is having all this talk. After that, we may edit it, or maybe those material will be supporting material for me to again start in the studio, create a good document for you people and upload it so that you can utilize it in later part of your requirement. So these are the things which is a value addition to your teaching learning process. How, Kamal, can we show one of the, for this is for the mechanical engineers, let me tell you. You can see.
Sir, I'll just share it via tab so that they are able to listen to the audio as well.
Okay, okay. So if you see, he is Professor Dhami, is a mechanical professor of NITR Chandigarh. This is a short term
slider.
Just pause that for a moment. This is a FDP only. He was conducting. Inside the studio there were participants. Also below you see there are centers where the participants are like, suppose somebody is conducting from Chandigarh, you will be visible like in the bottom. So now you are seeing the other center also. So there are multiple centers which are connected. So it is, he was conducting a FDB on mechanical engineering. And if you have some doubt that this slider movement, reading, whether it is visible to you or not, now he can show you. Can you perform?
I will again slide down the other end.
It is his voice, not my voice.
You can show the laptop screen for some time, so we can again come back to this.
You see laptop
So
screen.
again we are moving the slider. So what we are doing, we are actually capturing the displacement of the slider. That displacement of the slider in the form of
That reading
analog signal in our
change also is visible.
So accordingly we can arrive at a conclusion that when is this container full of its contents. So as a liquid or a powder is poured into the container.
Pause it, Kamal.
Propagation.
Pause it, Pankaj. Kamal, pause it. So if you see here, this is like he is not fully teaching from the video alone. That this video supported by your explanation can very well be blending of your thought process in the blackboard. The students in the classroom, they will get to know that you are physically present, you are explaining, and also supported by this type of videos. So that blending learning is required, and that can be recorded that in this particular subject, I used 25% videos, and these videos were बोलो नमस्कार बताओ ठीक ठाक Okay, so if you see, I was discussing that it is not always that you need money, how you are involved in the available resources. In fact, FOSS, free open source and free open source tools are a great source for you people if you are restricted by, let's say, you don't have a licensed software of MATLAB. But you want that the students should learn MATLAB, then use Scilab. Almost all syntax wise it is 95% matching, and logic, everything is same, only you have a different approach. That the name is Scilab. So therefore you should not tell the visiting team कि मेरा पास MATLAB नहीं था, I could not do this experiment. You should be in a position to tell, I asked them to do in MATLAB, they did it because our license software was available. In addition to this, I gave them the chance of exploring this, because tomorrow if they are going to some place and where the facilities of MATLAB is not there, they should not keep their hands tight. They should also know how to use the Scilab. So these are the certain things which I would like to show you now. Kamal, what is the video we are showing now? Yeah, okay, this is an interesting one. This is a course which was conducted for student. Generally we don't do it for student, but in a year 2-3 such courses we voluntarily do it. This is one of the institute where a 2017 video, you'll see that. Kamal, इसका थोड़ा beginning से
some PDF files so that
ये student का picture में लेके आओ, faculty का नहीं. Yeah. It is just pause करो, मैं थोड़ा explain करता हूँ. This is this particular video what you are seeing. If I remember correctly, they are the student of some UP Polytechnic. Is that correct, Kamal? UP or Rajasthan? I think it is UP Polytechnic. They were given how to face interview board. A some 2-3 days guidelines were given to them through our faculty that how to face interview board. So now in the final day, when they are speaking, just listen to them. And what is the facilities they have? They have a simple laptop in their hand. They don't have a camera. That's why each student, they have to come in front of the laptop to use that laptop mic to talk. And with their laptop camera, you are in a position to see the last green board which is there. It is not any big camera. When I did that in 2012, people were challenging me. You have a big studio, you talk big thing. I told, give me a laptop and an LCD projector, I'll make a studio for them. The LCD projector will be projecting us, laptop will be projecting them, because the laptop camera is good enough to capture and the laptop mic is good enough. They have to come and speak near. Exactly they have done. You'll see that one student will go, another student will come to that chair, and because mic was the limitation, laptop mic cannot up to the last row, but laptop camera is up to last row. मैं तो स्टूडेंट को खड़ा करता था ऐसे, आप जैसे स्टूडेंट को अगर अटेंटिव नहीं रहते थे, because this is a subject is a different type, but मैं अंटेना जब पढ़ाता हूँ कि सब कंपोनेंट पढ़ाना, आई एम वेरी सीरियस, और खड़ा करता हूँ, भाई बताओ आंसर दो. So even scratch करने वाला person को भी दिखाया हूँ कि देखो, he was scratching and I have just got him stunned. So just to prove that laptop camera has a strength. So इसलिए what I say that you have to be more innovative in your approach. So, Kamal use करो.
ये नहीं होना चाहिए कि कफ चढ़ाए हुए हो.
Yes.
या हाफ स्लीप पहन के चले गए आप.
आप पीछे करो. इसका आवाज सुनो.
बाकी आराम से सुनो, शोर ना करो. आपको ये मटेरियल प्रोवाइड कर दिया जाएगा, जैसे ही पीडीएफ फाइल आएगी आपको सबको हम बता देंगे, नोटिस बोर्ड पे लगा देंगे.
You see, he came from that place to
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, my question is that what are the body language which you should prefer on group discussions?
Body language.
Yes, sir.
I think I have told that different tips
Clarity.
that how you have to sit.
Speaking Nether Chandigarh studio, it has a audio quality better, much better than that. But that quality is also not bad. When the student was asking question, it was audible to us and we were listening to everything. So this is an attempt of like bringing your students, even sometimes in your class, if you want to improve, like I know this, because I also belong to the eastern side. The problem in why in eastern side, in Punjab also I have seen, they are very good in speaking in Punjabis. When they come to the English stage, the remote part of the student of Punjab, they don't speak proper English. They fumble. So is the case of Oriya students or the Bengali students. If you ask them to explain in Bengali, they will talk very nicely. But when you ask them to in English, they are halfway through. Half time they will not be in a position to speak. Again, those Bengali mixed English will come into picture. So now to improve those type of people, what you can do, sometimes you ask them to, like our humanities teachers, they ask them to stand in front of a camera, record their presentations, then display that presentation and show them that these are your lacunas you have to improve upon. And also the other student also get to know, I am not going for a eye contact, I am not standing like a proper with confidence, so many things that is. Sometimes in our case also, because they have to facing the interview board, they will be going for this thing. In subject matters also, you should do this type of activities. And those activities have to be recorded. A comparison between a confident student, you might have come across some student who they have a fear to face the team. If you, especially if it is a departmental viva, they do fumble, and that time sometimes you take a decision, no, he is really a topper, but he is fumbling, give him mark. But how long you will support this type of things? He has to go out, prove himself. So to improve those type of students, you must create some unique videos where good presentation. Even you will find that the student might not be knowing anything, but he will be so confident to sometimes make you think easy to write answer that what I am thinking is not a correct answer most probably. It happens in interview board, let me tell you. And Just few months back, there was one interview. Somebody raised a very simple question, one of the expert, and the other side was a gold medalist. The way the answer was coming, for a moment I started thinking, it was my subject. I started thinking maybe in 10 years time I've forgotten fundamentals. Then immediately it struck to me, completely bluffing. So then I put another questions, caught, I told nothing doing, you have absolutely bluffed this. So this is another extreme side, you have to show to your good student, look, without knowing anything, how confidently he is pushing himself in his show. This is from the personality or confidence level building. I'm one component of many things. So these are the things when you create for your students. Like you create a video. You know the subject, 50 minutes or 1 hour, you will not be in a position to explain many things. But like nowadays, mobile is a studio you are carrying along with you. So you create a channel for yourself in your name or a blog where you put these videos. Then ask your students to add on to that. Give extra inputs. You will find that with your limited time, you have given some input to them. But because of their interest in your channel, they will get so many information for you and you will find that you are reached with a lot of resources. So it is win-win situation, and gradually when the visitor teams they are coming, you say that there is a offline teaching process which I have created. This is the time which I attend my class. Beyond this, I have given them a self-learning approach. Flexibility is there, so they do it. And after 1 month, I take 10 quiz. Out of this 10 quiz, almost all everybody is answering that 10 quiz. So this is also a indirect way of assessing them in my own way. So because there is no fixed timing for that. If at 9 o'clock, 9:30 you say that attend this quiz and give me by 11 o'clock, they cannot go to another hostel to copy, or they will not go to another place to sit together to copy. Somewhere some honesty of this type of things also will come into picture. And this becomes an innovative approach of evaluating your student, giving them extra input. So there is Kamal.
Yes, sir.
मुझे लग रहा है एक प्रैक्टिकल वीडियो सिविल इंजीनियरिंग का दिखाओ.
Yes, sir.
Actually, this is an area where lot of things are available. You have to, as a faculty, you
For
have to curate.
evaluation of subgrade strength of highway and airfield paved soil mass by a standard plunger at a specified rate to
This is
that
just
corresponding
pause for a moment.
required.
This is a video which was created way back in 2003. This gentleman, if you see him, he's Professor Ajay Dugal. Now he is a different shape. He himself also cannot realize that he was looking like this. So if you see to this type of video, now play for some time.
At a specified rate to that corresponding required for penetration of a standard material. The standard material is the one defined as having a CBR value of 100%.
थोड़ा ड्रैग करके जो परफॉर्म
Part
करते हैं वो
16,
दिखाते हैं.
internal diameter 150 millimeter and a height of 175 millimeters with a detachable collar, a detachable base plate having perforations at the bottom, a spacer disc of 148 millimeter diameter and a height of 47.7 millimeters. Surcharge rate of 1.25 millimeters per minute. Others like filter papers, mixing tools,
Slightly drag further.
a tray to preparing test specimen
Yeah, further.
to each layer.
Yeah, leave it there. इसका व्यू कितना है कमल? 6-7 लाख है होगा. 7.7K. Yes.
Yes, sir. 7.7.
So, and can you show the country-wise statistic for this? Now, the other day, one of your faculty was asking ki we are not getting the facilities. Where is the applied science? You are even a physics faculty, na? Sir, that the other day you were asking, sit down. The other day you were asking that sometimes you don't get the equipments for which fund is not available or the fund is not released to you. But that should not restrict your knowledge. If you have the exposure, at least this type of video you download, show it to your students. Now civil engineering department might not have this instrument, or maybe the compression testing this, that they don't have instrument. For example, I'm just giving, but this type of video can give a insight of how the things are happening. So your experiment should not be stopped. At least student will have they cannot have a hands-on on that, but they can learn from this type of hands-on video which have been created. So therefore in your laboratories where the facilities are not available, and you have the option of bringing this type of video from other places, or you are in position to search this video, show to your student rather than leaving them in blank stage. So therefore when the visitors or the experts they come to you, they will ask, UTM nahi hai. Sir, fine. I could not spend this much of money, budget was not there, but this is what is the videos that we see. You can have a look. So if there is a 5 marks, at least he will not make it 0, he will give you 2-3 marks. So you are getting something. So therefore there is always an attempt by, should be some attempt by you people, not only simply going with the notes or going with a preparation, the conventional way which we used to do in our young career of teaching. Now you have lot of options of going for multiple inputs and allowing them to learn from various inputs. Only that section of where the interpretation is required, your intervention is required, please do that. The reason of asking you to come prepare with the NBA manual was, I didn't want to tell you what is NBA, what is accreditation, why it is for that. If you mark that slide, I skip. Because I wanted you to have your own preparation for that, because there my interpretation is not required. If you read that English, you can understand. But my interpretation or my support is required to understand POs, understand COs, how to calculate the attainment. So I have to devote more time. With 5 days time, I have to plan myself what are the best things my presence will give them, what are the things which I can skip where they can learn from the other sources. So exactly these are the attempts which if you can do it for your own course, individual course, and those records are kept, then every experts will appreciate you because they come from your department, they come from your specialization. So they will appreciate, yes, what he is telling, here the teacher's presence is required, physical interaction is required, but rest of the things student can manage from the sources where the source which is giving is correct. So that is the way you have to see, and if you see here, you name any country, our channel are being viewed by them. Pakistan, third is United States, Bangladesh, Philippines, in Nepal, everybody. And our this 39 civil engineering practical experiments which have been recorded, they are having the highest rating. एक मेरा एक वीडियो है आरे वाला थोड़ा निकाल पाओगे तो
सर कौन सा वीडियो सर?
जस्ट एनसीटीएल में एंटेना आ रहे मारो.
I'll search, sir. I'll search.
Okay, by the time he's find it out, we can discuss. So this is one way, like bringing the external video in, certain case your own video, then creating a, if Chat GPT can take care of many things, हमारा तो ये जो ह्यूमन बीइंग जो हमारा स्टूडेंट्स है, देर एक रोबोट बैठे हैं. Just we have to create a platform of this chatting and put a complex question in that. and give them 15 days time that give your opinion on this question. And intentionally sometimes a complex type of answer should be put so that they analyze, they come out with this. So those type of forum discussion is part of your teaching learning. Structure, certain things are structured, certain things are non-structured. People, they learn, now this generation, they follow both. Sometimes they want to go for this type of non-structured situations where they want to chat, they want to share, they want to have a freedom of speech there, and but it should be, you must restrict that only on this topic. You have to do whatever is coming to your mind, you explain. So gradually when you get time, not necessarily every time you have to think about your class, you have family, you have to attend your friends, so many things are there. You cannot be always for your class. But whenever you are getting time, even 4 such 5 such stacks in a semester you have done, that will give a different type of impact to your students. Then I say sometimes, majority case we teach, we never think about them, about their GATE preparation, CAT preparation, this, that, we never think. But we as faculty, can't we create some quiz questions for them? Even 5 questions in a semester, good enough. And that becomes a part of your course file, that becomes the source of your online database which you are creating. Gradually you see that after 5-6 years of doing this, so many such things, yourself you will have a big resources. And the way this data ownership is coming into picture, one time the person who is having good data of having its own ownership, they will earn a lot of money, believe me. After 10-15 years, if you are, जैसे बोलते हैं ना, जमीन आपका पास है, then you can rent this कि भाई ठीक है, 10 years lease for mango plantation, but I will get this. So you want to take my data for analysis of your research, take this data, give me this much in dollar. So today onwards, if you start searching this, like particular subject you are teaching many times, you are mastering yourself. So you can start thinking of those type of easy question to the complex question, and there will be a good question bank for yourself. Anybody wants to try in this question bank? Today if you see people, what do they do? Online test. How much? Pay 200 rupees, appear for this online test. Or if you want to go for 40 rupees, 40 test, then give me 10,000 rupees. For your NTPC preparation or GATE preparation, these things are happening. Why can't your question also will be part of that? Why can't you can prepare a platform for that? Your teaching learning is integrated with your earning also. मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि खाली बिना काम पैसा income करके. These are all additional sources where you can really help the teaching learning, help the COPOs, at the same time your revenue. You can also have the add-on revenue for yourself. Honestly, now these are the various ways of thinking. Gone are those days that even now in IIT system, the professors are allowed to start their own industry. They have already started. In fact, somebody has shared his prospectus with me from IIT Delhi. I will be talking to your director and some electrical faculty. I have not evaluated that. If you feel like, see that prospectus. And is the IIT professor industry inside IIT Delhi. If you buy his product, for example, and if it is not, if the product is not worth, don't buy. If the product, you feel that it has application for your student and it is worth, if you are buying from him, you are indirectly getting yourself linked with that great man who has started an industry inside the IIT Delhi. So, kabhi jaoge to, ye personal interaction, personal networking is easier for you. So that way, if you look here, that this product, or you will have the strength of, you said, we have taken your product, can't I send 10 of my students to you for IIT Delhi for one day visit to your lab? So your student will have a one day exposure to the IIT in lab. Tomorrow in summer internship, when the option is coming, they will pick up your students for summer internship. So there are many ways to improve your teaching learning approach and helping them come out of this mindset कि मैं सब स्टूडेंट के लिए करूंगा, मैं ही इंडस्ट्री करा दूंगा, मैं ही, no. You have to be a facilitator. Just they don't have the information, you give them the information and those information flow. Sometimes you don't have a physical situation to help them. Your video, your blog, your social media interaction, there are many ways to come in now. And the computer science people should start up thinking of some, any type of this chat GPT type of approach, so that at least you don't get disturbed for initial stage answering them some preliminary questions. Let them, the system takes care of that. Well, through your project you can do that. थोड़ा प्ले करो देखते हैं. I think this is a class I was taking, not a formal recording class. This is also 2005 my, so you cannot recognize me now because I am wet gain now. So this is a conventional class which was recorded and it is a master level class which was going on. Slightly more direction. When we are going for lambda, this pattern again will be further direction. It is some. And when you look for a required further, this is a MTech students who are planning. They are sitting in. So it is a conventional class which has been recorded. So basically antenna है. ये process. कमल ठीक है. So there are certain things, even Hammond type of instrument that Germany, those who are aware of this thing, they approached me. I created only 2-3 video on RA. They repeatedly, even some foreign students, they wrote to me, sir, what is the next version of this one, this, that. But I didn't get time because it was difficult at that time to manage sufficient time for us. So, in nutshell, what I want to tell you, the teaching learning methodology are to be more innovative and creative. Yesterday also I was sharing with you this AR, VR, MR. I'll try if my people can. Kamal, can Manisha or Suniti, can anybody show that mobile based 3D static objects to be, how to be rotated and those things shown?
Sir, give me 5 minutes. I'll just take my mobile phone there and then I'll shoot it.
Not today. We'll try that tomorrow because they are moving a logo, this, that. If they can pick up some engineering image and try to rotate that to explain the student using the mobile phone, the camera can be focused when they are using their mobile phone. So people will believe that it is from the mobile it is coming, and we can show them.
Yes, sir. We can try tomorrow in the afternoon, sir.
Just think over it. Maybe I'll, if it is possible, we'll show. Otherwise, in that technology integrated learning, we'll do that.
Okay, sir. Fine.
Okay. So this is one of the thing which I want to tell you. There are many such video resources. There are plenty. So one of the component which is required to be focused in front of the visiting team is that simply lectures notes, simply classroom will not work. You have to be something different than the conventional teacher. And those things, the easiest way is that create your YouTube channel. Some of the part video you create for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, upload that, create your channel in your name, and whenever the visiting team is coming, you can say that everybody has their own channel and students are watching that. And if you are called to prove your domain knowledge, you can show, sir, I am also giving support by this channel. Sir. No. Yes. No permission. Because it is a social media channel where they are not asking you to take a permission from your parent organization. But yes, whatever you are doing, you are responsible for that, not your institute. So whatever material you are doing, suppose you start your YouTube channel, you are earning money and you have taken my material. If tomorrow I am going for a lawsuit with you, institute is not responsible for that. So you are responsible for that. So those things have to be kept in mind. Otherwise, permission from the authority is not required. We don't allow that. Our people are having their own channel also. Pushpajit, D3S1. Just I'll take 10 minutes to wrap up what Balbinder has taught. Some simplified way of explaining that. Tomorrow his slide I'll be discussing if required. छोड़ दो, वो लगा दो बस. A quick wrap up. तुम्हारा ऑन इधर से होता है ना, ऊपर वाला साइड से. ओके. Yes. So quick wrap up for 10 to 15 minutes so that we can go for the launch. Already he has explained you, I'll not, it has to be measurable, qualify as evidence of knowledge, skill, attitude, covering the 12 POs. Should be student focused. My slide will be given to you in Tori. Aligned with POs and PSOs, then focused on abilities and competency. Focus on aspect of learning. 4 to 6 are the key purposes. There has to be a correlation between these three versus course outcome, POs and PSOs. This already yesterday we discussed. We'll come to certain examples that is better. The assessment tool, methodology, all those things have been told to you. I'll just skip that. And also he has explained the Bloom's taxonomy, so I'll skip this slide. Now it is the point where I'll start. How to write a CO statement. You must be very clear about what level of Bloom's taxonomy you are trying to address there. So the left things should be asked to you, that what level of Bloom's taxonomy you want your students to achieve in this particular statement. So once the Bloom's taxonomy level is decided by you, the next steps which is coming, what is the correlation level you want this CO statement should have with the POs. So once the level is decided, let me tell you that if I take a level of level 4, so my level 4 will not have a correlation with PO1. Because PO1 is only the fundamental knowledge of the engineering and sciences. But I am now in level 4 means I am in the higher level. So therefore the middle, the black statement will derive things from your Bloom's taxonomy. So in this, what you have to do, you dissect the POs. Suppose PO1, I created a label, I am now thinking of a CO statement CO1, I must dissect my PO1. Then I will map how many such things are mapping with CO1. Not necessarily all CO1 will map with the all full-fledged PO1. It may map with partial thing also. So that is the right way, that partially you dissect that. Then accordingly, if you see that maximum is matching, what is that gap? You make up that becomes the PO-CO, a proper mapping. So your statement will be corrected accordingly. So it is, PO statements are already available to you. So you are creating a CO statement. To create that CO statement, you are going to level. So level 1, CO statement you wrote, then you dissect the POs and try to match whether it is matching with all the components required by POs. If not, then change your CO statement or add some wording in CO statement so that it map and you become a CO pair, CO and PO1 map perfectly. Got me? So that is the step. So then you have to raise this question next, that by this CO statement, is it giving a feel that it is measurable? If it is measurable, then what are the tools I will be using and what are the process I will be using? So immediately you can create a chart for this CO statement. This is mapping with the PO and this PO1, and for this PO1 and CO1. These are the tools I will be using, direct, indirect tools, and these are the processes to achieve this. And it will answer the level 1 or level 2, level 3 of the Bloom's taxonomy. So therefore, this is to be kept in your mind, the 3-step approach, so that you can come out with the right kind of CO. Why? CO attainment, your statement attainment or evaluation depends on what question you are putting, whether it is a direct question, indirect question, questions. So that question will justify your attainment evaluation. So therefore, you cannot skip that question part also, and you have to put in your mind. Already he has told you how to use the terminology, and these are certain verbs, compile, identify, create, plan, action, because it is to be activities oriented, action oriented, then only you can justify this thing. I have given some example in terms of antenna. Design the antenna for mobile phone for low SAR. Yesterday we are discussing this example. So what is PO3? Do you remember? So when you are this design, what is there? Mark that. So therefore, once you have put a situation like this, black bold point which I am giving, this talks directly towards the PO3. Design the antenna. So when you are bringing the design, so it is PO3, so it is matching. Conduct experiment to validate the theoretical result of antenna. Investigate, so PO4. If your question is conduct experiment to validate the theoretical result, simulation result आपको मिला है, now go validate that in experiment. We say conduct experiment and validate this result. So PO4. Then apply machine learning for using the antenna as a smart antenna. Modern tools. PO5. Prepare laboratory report on interpretation of the experimental results. So when you are, what is PO10? Lifelong learning. Once you know the laboratory report preparation, anytime in life you can also go on preparing that. So PO10 I have linked to that. So therefore, if you see here, you are talking about a course with just particular analyze the defined problem PO2, design the problem PO3. So with one those type of statement, your PO mapping is feasible. So you have to play with the right kind of words to bring the CO statement. I was filling for my first year faculty, science faculty. So I prepared whatever chemistry I remember with that some example. The example is that topic is salt preparation. लैब में +2 में जब हम लोग ISC में थे वो टेस्ट कर रहे थे ना क्लास में, so laboratory class में. So the question is, the topic is salt preparation, course is chemistry. There should be a code for that. Black side, only the black side you see now. This topic in my curriculum says that salt preparation is a process of mixing 2 or more chemical through suitable processes to make the compound with proper strength, crystallinity and durability as per the Tata salt. Why did I bring Tata salt at the end? The curriculum is aiming on that. Then student activities which is derived from this, here the student have this choice of selecting the different chemicals, select the different processes and produce the salt matching with the parameters of Tata salt. So I expect my students to pick up the right kind of chemicals and use this chemical in different processes to produce me the salt which is matching with the Tata's requirement. Test question is, explain the different process of chemical mixing technique. I decided this, that my student, this is the curriculum, my student activities will be this. Activities is linked to COs. Curriculum is linked to your POs. Then their first two columns are linked to each other. But while testing, I put a simple question that explain the different process of chemical mixing technique. Is it evaluating the activities which you have defined for your student? Yes or no? Is your question is evaluating the activities which you aimed for your student? Activities means CO. मैं इसको CO statement में लिखा नहीं हूँ. I'm just from the raw. I am trying to connect that. I am not given a CO statement so far. Is the question is meeting the activities? Now say the CO statement which is there at the bottom. The PO1 is engineering knowledge. CO statement is able to explain chemical mixing technique for industrial application. Able to explain chemical mixing technique for industrial application. This is my CO statement. For this CO statement, what is the question I am asking? Explain the different process of chemical mixing techniques. Is it a good question to evaluate the attainment? भाई केमिस्ट्री वाला कौन है इधर? बताओ. टाटा कहाँ चला जाएगा यहाँ से? इंडस्ट्रियल कंप्लायंस का बारे में क्वेश्चन नहीं बोल रहा है. It is not a good question because this question is partially answering the activities which you plan for your student. जरूरी नहीं कि इंडस्ट्रियल केमिस्ट्री तब हम क्यों पढ़ते हैं. So when this is the thing, this is exactly what I wanted to point it out. As a general public, as a general faculty, even the chemistry faculty is telling that it is mapping. But if you go slight more investigation to that, then it is missing that last part, that your durability, crystallinity and strength, it is the compliance with the Tata sort, that part is, it is silent. The question is silent about that. So therefore, if you see, does the test question correlate with the CO1? Does the CO reflect the intended measurement from PO1? Then we see the observation is that doesn't reflect the use of math and science engineering principle and engineering application. You have already connected that to PO1. But your statement is this, where nothing science, physics, math or application and engineering fundamentals are coming into picture. So therefore, it is not a good mapping with the PO1. So this CO-PO mapping is not very good. Then, is it a remembrance only? The question has led to his remembrance. Explain the different topic. Memory में रख के आ जाओ. So level 1 only you are asking here. It is not really helping him to go for an industrial application. So therefore it is remembrance only. Then test question also doesn't match the PO1. Because test question also not asking any mathematics or any engineering applications. So therefore this is a very bad CO-PO mapping, and the attainment also cannot be achieved with this type of question. Then let's go to another example. This is the table already yesterday we discussed. This is the CO-PO relationship. Today he has told when many subject you go, that is the way you have to do. Assessment, again you have to create a chart like this, the direct, indirect, which assessment are to be done. Tomorrow we'll slightly more discuss on this thing. I have put another test for you. No. Now this, see this slide. This is the way you have to define. Your course name is antenna, the subject which you are teaching. Course code you have defined. Session of the code, course subject. Then LTP, which you also write that, semester, credit, batch, which batch you are teaching, and faculty name. So I just put arbitrarily in my way. Then what is my grading approach? If less than 50%, then 1, 50 to 70%, 2, above 70% it is 3. If 75% of the student, they achieve greater than 70%, then attainment is there. So that means every student, if they are achieving 70%, means 3. But from the total strength, if 75% students are achieving more than 70%, then my attainment is full. So in this process, these are the CO statement, CO description. Identify suitable dielectric material and the electrical properties of for antenna design. Identify suitable dielectric materials and the electrical properties and their electrical properties for antenna design. This statement is mapping with PO1 because you need to have mathematical analysis of this one, mathematical application of this one, engineering application, and I put that particular CO1 in test 1 as question A, question B, and also in question 2, A, B. So my 2 question of test 1 is covering this CO statement. In assignment it is not there, in test 2 also it is not there. Then second question is that compare the properties with available design application. So investigation will come, application will come, PO2, PO3, and that I raised as a question in test 2 as question number 3A, and also gave the assignment to them. So somewhere this CO I have tested them in 2 ways, terminal test and the assignment. Analyze characteristic of antenna for mobile applications. So PO2, PO3 again. So question 1A or B, question 2, both the questions it is answer in T2. So this section of the COs in test 2, midterm 2, and also there is one assignment for that. Then prepare a comprehensive report on the new knowledge in any one of the topic related to antenna design. After teaching this subject, I am asking them, prepare a report, how the latest antenna thing is happening in 5G. Let's say for example. So in this type of question, this is an assignment, either it is a lab, because we do it a lab report, or if we do some experiment, or it is a general report. So therefore, this PO8, PO9, PO10, you have to decide where you are fixing them. So let's say 4 COs I have created, and this is the way we go for it. Already he has told you how the students' things are calculated. I'll skip that. I'll come to just see to this. It is talking about CO3. In CO3, in test 1, there are this CO3 is tested for 40 marks. 10, 10, 10, 10, 40 marks. Total marks is 40 here. Then question number 3A is attempted, B is attempted, question number 2 is not attempted. So what is the score he got? 15. How many questions he attempted? 10 plus 10, 20. So from the 20 marks he got 15 marks, that is 75%. What is your target? Give 3 is 70. 70. Total attainment अभी बात नहीं कर रहे हम, whether it is achieving 3, 2, 1 we are discussing. So this is 3. So the target is achieved. Here this man got total marks of 18 out of 20, so 90%, again it is achieved. Okay. Similarly, for CO2 also I have CO1, CO2 also you can do it. If you see it, it is CO1. The same way it has been calculated. Okay, CO2, CO1, this is CO1, this is CO2, same way. How much they scored, how many questions he attempted total, so what is the percentage, what is achieved or not. After that, then the average achievement is calculated. Yeah, average. I am coming to that. You just do this homework. This total is already 46. This total is 46. What is your total students here? How did you reach this 2.56? Here it is 30 is yes. How many no's are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So total is 13 plus 5 is 18. 46 divided by 18, it is 2.56. Okay. So if you see here, these are achieved. 3, 2, 1 levels are mentioned here. This is our target. But if they achieved 3, it is yes, because 70% above is required. So therefore, other case it is 2 is not the target of greater than 70%. So therefore it is not there, but that is what is the average grading of 2.56. So similarly, here also the grading if you see, again ESSO for CO1, this is for CO2, add on this total how much divided by the number of people, that is the number of rows, this is 18. So divided by that 18, this is the number which you will be getting. Is that clear now? So now after following this, we come to this stage. I go back again. How many people achieved Y here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13. We are dividing by 18. Those who didn't achieve also they are part of our student. In a class of 18, 13 could score more than 70. 5 didn't. So when you are averaging, to find the average, that is total divided by 18. Now, in this case, if you see here, for CO3 case, you remember that 13. CO3 was achieved by 13 people. So, CO3 was achieved by, 3 was achieved by how many people? 13 people. So 13 divided by 2, 18 is 72.22%. How many achieved 2? Only 2 people they achieved 2 in that list. That table, if you remember, 5 people didn't achieve, 13 people achieved 3. Rest 5 people were 2 and 1. So exactly this is what calculation I am doing for CO3 only, because that is the table which is remembered. So 13 out of 18 is 72.22%. 2 out of 18, only 2 people got 2 marks, 2 level. So therefore that is 11.11%, and 3 people got 1. So that is 16.66%. So CO3 when we see, this is 72, this is 11, this is 16. So now target is more than 75% student must achieve 70% of marks. Is the CO3 is achieved here? No. Because 72% student only achieve CO3. I'll come to that weighted one. If you see here, CO3 already it is no. So the attainment of CO3 is not achieved because it is less than, it is 72%. Okay. Whereas for CO1, 14 people were in level 3. So they were 77%. They were 77%. So there were people who achieved more than 75%. So this is achieved. But continuous improvement will demand, if this year it is 77, at least try to make it 78 next year. 79. So ultimately you want to aim that my 100% students should achieve more than 75%. What is it? How the target level is fixed, how the benchmark is fixed, Balwinder has already explained you. I will also touch upon tomorrow. Because there are various ways, that is a question which you people are also asked. If I reduce, for example, I take 70% of the student or 65% of the student, if they achieve, then my target is met. Then all this CO3 also will pass, CO4 also will pass. So if you lower the benchmark, जैसे बोलते हैं ना pass mark lower कर देने से सब pass हो जाते हैं, and attainment is, success rate is very high. That is wrong. Because you cannot lower, you should not undermine, or you cannot lower just to get a number. There is the problem where the faculty they catch you. You have lowered your benchmark, your cutoff to show better attainment, which is not correct. So therefore this logical approach you have to take, and many institutes where I have seen, they will take that cutoff for digital electronics also same, and then also same. It is subject wise. You can also this relative grading approach which is followed, you can create that. Then this is a graphical way, you have to put more graphical presentation in that, so that is impressive. That is one of the way of going to this stage. So bar chart, pie chart, ये सब करके दिखाना है. These are already told many times, so I will skip this slide. I will go to one of the weighted analysis for you. Yeah. This is an indirect survey. This is the exit survey data analysis. So the exit survey says that to what level you are able to apply science and engineering concept to problem of solving. This is PO1. Then 6 students out of total 25 answered this. 6 students told that we could achieve level 5. 14 students 4. 3 students 3, 2 students 2, and 0 student they gave 1. Now, how to calculate this? Weighted average is 3.96. So, 16 into 5. One way of calculating is that 16 into 5 plus 14 into 4 plus 3 into 3 plus 2 into 2, 0 into 1, add it, then 25 into 5, divide, that will give you this number. Another way is that each weighted component you calculate. 5 into 6, 30 divided by 25. You got a weighted component? 14 into 4, 56 divided by 25, plus 3 into 3, 9 divided by 25, a fractional what? Then 2 into 2, 4 divided by 25. So fractional weighted for each component, added together it will come 3.96. Both way. So once you get this weighted component, already the percentage calculation he has told. I will skip at this moment, I will leave it to analyze this, then we will go for this. This is the final examination chart. Yeah, I was preparing, I could not prepare my slide, so I manage one slide from, I can explain you that. So this is a civil engineering slide where the environmental engineering 81. So the students score 81%. Some subject they quote 49, 56 that. This is basically the semester end examination, ACE. Now you have taken a stand that your exit survey will be, student exit survey will be 10%. And semester examination ACE will be 30%. So that 81, 30% of that, then 10% of the percentage which you got in exit survey, it is 76. This is, remember only one things you remember, then we'll go with, this is 76. Then 81 is one of the percentage from the SEE, then 30% of that, 10% of exit survey, only these two component will take now. Rest का हमारे पास data नहीं है, we will not see that. Okay, then we go to calculate the what is percentage of this one. So 76 का 10% कितना होता है? 7.6. So this man has committed a mistake here. ये 8 होगा. This will be 8. So now if you add it, 38 plus 22, 60, then it is 8, then 4 plus 4, 8, 16, 60 plus 60 is 76. 76 तो ठीक रखा है वो टारगेट, लेकिन यहाँ पर वो मिस्टेक किया था. It should be 8. नहीं 7 hours exit में you are forgetting that. Our exit is 76%. उसका 10 लेंगे तो 7.6. 7.6 0.5 से above है तो राउंडिंग होगा नेक्स्ट को. So ये 8 आ जाएगा. So that is 8. So similarly, I think he has again committed a mistake here. Let's add it. 37 plus 22, 59, 8, 16, 59 and 8 is 75. This last column, it has been maintained, here the mistake. Now you got it. There are other section also that based on this is calculated. So basically in indirect, for a student exit survey, he decided to take it 10. Already the student survey table is there. From there you brought the 10%. Then from your direct assessment, that evaluations, whatever score they got, that 30% of that, 81 का 30% कितना हो रहा है? वो percentage calculation में आएगा ये. Anyhow, the exact number you can check later on, but this is a process. Like whatever score they got, then percentage which you have defined, that I will take only 30% from this, 10% from this, 7% from this, then the calculation is done. That is the way the voted PO attainment is for a particular subject you are doing it. When you do it for multiple subjects, that chart will be prepared. So this is what is a requirement now for you people to understand, because PO, COs is the only complex situation. एक बार उसको समझ जाओगे तो I think it will take care of this thing. कमल टैक्स दिखा दो इनको.
Okay, sir. Pushpajit sir, if you could stop presenting, so I'll present. Thank you.
Yes, stop. Kamal, how many ICT centers are there?
Sir, 3 centers.
So, this is the tax including JKCIT, it is 4, isn't it?
Yes, sir, including JKCIT, it's 4.
This is a tax which is given. You have to group yourself first. If you see here, the department wise group, you have to, this is not individual. This is group. Group tax is allowed here. So civil engineering, mechanical, electrical. So they will sit together, do it, and tomorrow this fourth center will explain. The first session of tomorrow is this task explanation. So you decide who will be the team leader from GKCIT for each department. Similarly for the other three center, Kamal, you have to explain them this one. So the task 3 will be, you will be doing today, but explanation tomorrow, because if you remember, this is COPO mapping, again I am asking. So I am emphasizing more on your understanding now. So we have already explained, me and Dr. Balvinder. Now it is your turn, how much you have really done that. So this is a task which you will be doing. You can show the next task also. They should keep in that mind. Kamal. So this is also a task for your fourth day, but this task you will be doing, you can do today also, I don't mind, or tomorrow also, but fourth day you have to give me this task. This was or sort, actually strength, weakness, opportunity and concern. Because at the end of the exit meeting, like I was telling, that the faculty and the chairman, they prepare this. So if you are already aware and if you have created a timeline for that, these are the documents which we would like to see. So therefore, Kamal, go back to the third task.
Okay.
So third task will be discussed in this way. Today you can do it, but tomorrow morning you will be presenting that. From this side, 5 people you should come. We will leave with a different type of input today. Kamal, just 5 minutes I will tell the other people.
Okay, sir.
First row का पंच चारों आ जाओ. And the middle group, madam आप आ जाइए. Middle, second row का. And you 3, second row 3, and 2 people, 5 people, you come here. यहाँ line कर लो. Camera, focus the camera. 5 बंदे खड़ा रहो एक ही line में. ऐसे. Straight, 5 people. And you, इस ग्रुप से जो 5 आए हैं, चलो उधर सेकंड लाइन, थोड़ा डिस्टेंस करके आ जाओ भाई. ओनली इन लोगों को चॉकलेट दूंगा, सबको नहीं दूंगा. क्विक. Sir, just 5 minutes. I am finishing. If you want to say a task, you can come down also. This is interesting. Then I am waiting for you. Okay, let me explain you the task in such a way that you will leave this horizontal line person. You will replace yourself with the second man. First man will replace with the second man. Once you go there, then you will turn. लाइन थोड़ा ऐसे करना है. अब गलत जगह में आ गया. नहीं फेसिंग इधर. नाउ यू आर फेसिंग मी ना, फेसिंग टुवर्ड्स वॉल साइड. लाइन आपका इसी टाइप का होना है. नहीं, यू आर राइट. कम हियर. हाँ, आप भी ऐसे. बस कंफर्टेबली खड़े रहो. So the job is that the first man will replace the second man. So second man will come to the first. So that is the cross. So now you decide कौन किसको cross करेगा. You check yourself. So similarly, you will cross this, they will cross. So ultimately आप directly जाओगे. नहीं फास्ट ऑलरेडी क्रॉस्ड, आप दोनों स्ट्रेट हो गए. अब अदरवाइज आई हैव टू ब्रिंग अनदर पर्सन, अनदर टू यू कम. आ जाओ और दो आ जाओ. कम कम क्विकली भाई, भूख भूख नहीं लग रहा है. मैडम आ जाओ, एक ह्यूमैनिटीज वाला मैडम आ जाओ, इंग्लिश वाला. So wherever you are, when you cross, you will turn to right. After reaching, they will turn to the left. Information is given to you. Cross, leaving one place, and you will be right, they will be left. Do it quick. No, you shifted yourself. Committed the mistake. So this is like this test. Two people actually they face this side, then seeing you people again they turn. This simple information was that you have to cross, one has to turn left, one has to turn right. You have to just remember that and apply that. But you failed in two occasions, your team failed. This team failed. You people were there. Thank you so much. So this is how the information needs to be remembered and applied. और भी था.
Yes, Nupur ma'am. So, sir is not audible right now, but I think we are breaking for lunch now. So, I request everybody. So, Patnaik sir, you were not audible. So, at what time we should call?
Kamal asked them to go for lunch.
Okay, okay, sir.
So we come around 3 o'clock, like 2:45.
Okay, sir.
2:45, and at 2:45 they will appear the third quiz first.
Okay,
Then
sir.
I'll discuss the criteria 3 evaluation form. Then I'll leave them early because they have to do the task.
Done, sir. Done. Okay, sir. So, dear participants, we'll break for lunch now, and I request everybody to be back by 2:45. So, after that, we'll be having a quiz, and then sir will be taking a small session, and then you have to do this task. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share these two tasks via email also, and I request the local coordinators to kindly please make a group and do these tasks, as you need to present these tasks tomorrow morning. So, thank you so much. Now, enjoy the lunch. We'll meet at 2:45.
Kamal, you can remove this slide.
Okay, sir.
Criteria 3 share करो. तीन नंबर में जाओ. तीन ये विजन 1 है, क्राइटेरिया 1 है ना, तीन लिखेगा उस क्राइटेरिया 3 आगे ऊपर 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 था बस. Yes, circulate. So before we go for the quiz, we'll discuss this criteria. Yesterday we were discussing criteria 2. So today we'll take, if you see it is 120 mark again. Criteria 2 is also 120 and your 60 is the criteria 1. So out of 1000, 300 marks are here. So this is a substantial mark which you really can make up. Going to the first one, that is 3.1, establishing the correlation between courses and the POs and PSOs. It carries 20 marks. So just establishing a correlation, it is this matrix which you have to create, you have to justify, you have to create the right kind of statement for POs and PSOs. Then you have to also establish a proper correlation with justification. When I say justification means explanation. So explain why, and that also link to the gaps which you see from your curriculum. So this explanation should speak on that. That is the way you have to take care of this 3.1 which has 20 marks. How this 20 mark has been decided, distributed? Course outcome is 5 marks. So it must have evidence of COs being defined for every course. So that means the courses of your department should have CO statements, and these CO statements have been defined in such a way that it is dissecting those POs and mapping with these POs. So that's the way you have to go for it. So they basically here what they see the statement. Mapping will come later. But when you are going for bringing this statement, obviously it is a reverse approach. You have to break the POs, to satisfy the POs, you have to define the COs, and to define the COs already I have given you this step, Bloom's level, activities to be done, and how the attainment to be evaluated. So those things are to be kept in mind. Yeah.
Laboratory subjects.
Yes, it is. Yes, yes. Yes. Laboratory also you have to define. Statement for that, which PO it is justifying. So that is laboratory is a part of your course. So if laboratory CO you are defining CO6, that falls under that category because 3, 1, 2 is your 4 credit course. So for laboratory also you have to define that. Then 3.12, it has 5 marks. Explanation of the table to be ascertained. Basically COPOs and PSOs matrix which you are creating, 6 matrices here they have already mentioned. So explanation, so here again explanation. It is all not only just creating a table and showing, you have to also detailedly explain it, and those explanations are logic based. That is why department discussion, department meeting should take place, and the coordinator of the NBA of the department, and also you have to be in line with the institute. So the institute NBA coordinator also should be party to that. If you have a IQSC center, then IQSC center is supposed to take care of this thing. So that they have to formulate the guidelines for that and explanation. नीचे थोड़ा ऊपर करो, धीरे-धीरे इसको मुझे क्योंकि ये तो माउस में होगा. इसमें नहीं होगा. इसमें नहीं होगा. Slowly, अच्छा हो जाता है. Later. Then when you are going for 3.1.3, the program level course POs, PSOs matrix for all courses including first year courses. This is 10 marks. So here, program level course of courses, it's POs, PSOs matrix for all courses including first year courses. So first year is also part of this table. So therefore this 10 marks, so that is the way your 20 marks here coming. So what is the guidelines for the visiting team? Mapping to be verified for at least one course per year student, program outcome, program specific outcomes, and getting mapped with the core courses are also to be verified. So it is a lot of job. So they have to verify this thing that way. पुष्पजीत, तुम्हारा तरफ से प्ले करो इसको, ये स्लो होता है. Okay. Now, when it comes to the attainment of the course outcome, 50 marks. सिर्फ listing, creating the articulation matrix, justification, 20 marks. Now it is 50 marks. Attainment is 50 marks. So, attainment of course outcome is describing the assessment process used to gather the data upon which the evaluation of course outcome is based. So, describe the assessment processes used to gather the data. We advocate for continuous assessment. So, that means what are the different continuous assessment step or procedure which you have followed, that at various stages, like after 15 days you have taken a quiz, after 3 weeks you have given an assignment, after 1.5 months you have gone for a test, prior to that surprise class test. So, every stage you have created a timetable for yourself. This unit requires a surprise test. This unit requires a surprise quiz. This requires a surprise quiz after teaching 10 days. So like that, whatever different processes which you will be following must be listed in your course file, and you should follow, and in that process you should get the assessment record from them, that they will appear the test, and that is the data which is you are going to use it for the attainment evaluation. So that is multiple type of these processes which you have to mention. Some cases direct, like you call the industry experts and he is taking an industrial seminar. At the end of the industrial seminar, the industry experts gives a set of questions and he leaves. He tells that you conduct this. So basically you have not prepared the quiz. It is the third party who delivered the talk and has given a quiz. You are testing that. So that is also one way. The experts deliver the talk, he left. As a teacher, you mapped with your curriculum and put a questions. Quiz question or maybe some extempore question, like that you are putting. And you are giving credit for that. You are giving marks for that. So there will be multiple process of this data accumulation. किसी भी institute में जाओगे, mid term, terminal 1, terminal 2, assignment, quiz, these are common thing. But always the visiting team, they will ask for this, that these are the things to be shown. Other than that, what other way of getting the students' performance? Basically what we are saying, we are showing how the activities are performed by the student. Suppose the extracurricular activities there, but these extracurricular activities, if it is linked to your curriculum, which nowadays everything, co-curricular and extracurricular are part of the curriculum. So there also you have created an indirect way of evaluation. So that will be also brought in as a record for your this data collection. So these are to be listed. At least what I suggest in an institute, you should sit centrally. Each department should come out with what are the non-conventional way. I'll use the word non-conventional. Conventional method everybody knows. What are the non-conventional way, practical way, realistic way of collecting the data? So that you decide. So like civil engineering will come with 5, electrical will come with 7, computer will come with 3. Then see generically that how many are really feasible. Then you define that each department must do this. But if electrical is having the strength to do at least another 2 extra, don't stop that. We have decided 5 means you will do 5. No. If they are ready to go for 7 and already 5 they are doing, allow them. because they have the strength to collect data from various sources. But at least the generic way of non-conventional way of getting the assessment done or continuous evaluation, continuous assessment done must be followed, and you must try to get those type of things recorded and follow meticulously. That this is a guidelines for all teachers to follow this approach. Similarly, the project evaluation approach. The project evaluation approach must have a manual. That your central committee must define that each department must follow this minimum step of assessment of a project. Beyond this is up to the department to go for some extra evaluation, that is a different thing. But at least you must list and must kept on record that this institute has decided that these are the criteria which will be followed for evaluating a project. It should not be left to the respective students, respective faculty कि जो तुम्हारा मर्जी है इसे कर लो. That should not be the approach. So there should be guidelines of project evaluations, and for presentation how much mark you will give, for his interaction with the audience how much mark will give, his questionnaire, the answer to the viva questions how much mark you will do, his presentation quality how much mark you will keep, how much research or literature survey he has done, then completion of the project how much mark you will give that. If it is a hardware and software both involves, then how much software component mark you will give, how much hardware component mark you will give. So all those things will come. Basically in rubrics form, if you want to see that, some cases it will be high, some cases slow, some cases moderated, and mix up करके अगर आप रखोगे numeric form में, then you will see that you are evaluating the student not only what is his communication skill. So that can be also part of when he is doing this presentation, how nicely he is communicating, what is the capability of his presentation, confidence level, whether he is really facing the audience or नीचे मुंह करके कुछ बोलते जा रहे हैं जो सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है. So many such things are to be decided, and you have to take these things. These are the things commonly followed in all departments. In addition to this, since mechanical is more towards hardware project, so for hardware our marks will be some extra mark will be giving in this way. Computer science is more towards soft, so soft related marks will be more, our software component will be more, hardware will be less. So that is the way it is department wise. First you have to come out with this type of concept, then centrally you have to sit, seal it that this is what we will be following now. Then coming to the record of the attainment of the course outcome of all courses with respect to set of attainment level. This is very important. Morning I was telling you before lunchtime that if you set your benchmark cut off, like the university is set, practical you set 50% mark, if you keep as pass mark, then only you say that it is easy to get 50 marks in practical, therefore we will keep pass mark of practical is 50 marks. You don't put that in theory. You said 30% is pass mark for theory. Why? Because as an expert you are seeing that by performing some experiment, writing lab or writing the procedure, there are different type of marks where easily they can achieve that and they can easily reach to a stage. So 50 must be scored for declaring pass. After that, if he is doing well, then he will get more mark. But theory, you know that it is very difficult to get 50, therefore you have kept 33% or 35%, 40%, it varies from university to university. Now, here when you are keeping this benchmark, if it is like first time people will be going, now you have to now think what will be my cutoff. NBA, you are eligible after 2 batches they pass out from graduates, you are eligible for that. So that means 2 batches data are available with you. So take a analysis of this data, see that for these 2 batches, for all these students, where is the median lying? But when the first batch came, there were no senior faculty, no full teachers available. When the second batch entered, maybe partially those things were already taken care. Now those situations when you are analyzing, So now you are trying to go for NBA, that means present situation is much better off than what the other two batches they have gone through. So therefore, if 30 marks was the cutoff that time, you cannot say let's fix 30 marks as the cutoff. If the median is coming 30, you will not fix 30. You must raise your median above. So that logically you write this statement. You have to write a para on that, why the benchmark is kept as 75, 65, 70, all those things, whatever you are taking. Yeah.
So in the morning session, Professor Balwant Singh told us
Universities.
average
Of university. That is your standard median which you are getting.
Yes, sir.
But now, after that, your logic is coming into picture. If it is simply a thumb rule, then this discussion is not required. This is formula based, put it. That is the first cut. That you cannot be below median. So that average you have to bring, average above if you are trying to raise your first barrier, then that logic should be taken that 2 years pass percentage, this percentage average is this. So, but we want to keep slightly higher. It should not be very high. That is again, when you are trying to show that we cannot compromise the quality, that is also not there. But your students average, let's say coming 60, you want to tell that I want to keep a cutoff of 65. 65 plus 5, 70 and above is my 3. 65 to 70 is 2 and below 65 is 1. Whereas 60 was your average. So therefore, you that justify that even if you had a 60 as your achievement, you don't want to put that as 3. You wanted to keep it slightly higher because you know that your standard of student is better, so they can achieve that. And that is what the efforts which we have done to improve this barrier to that stage. So that's the way you have to go for this type of approach. So this benchmark is very crucial because this is where the visiting experts, they catch you that you have lowered your benchmark. Once you lower your benchmark, your attainment is more. So they will tell that because you have lowered your benchmark, that's why whatever attainment you are showing is high. It is not proper attainment. Attainment is means your quality is better, no? If you have a COPO attainment better, means yes, the total OBE outcome based education qualities are maintained. So therefore, you should not lower the benchmark. Also, you should not raise your benchmark so high that your attainment is very low. That is also again negative for you. So this balancing of this benchmark is very important, and you must have an explanation paragraph for that, why the benchmark is taken like this. And course wise you can explain that, and if in the institute level you can take a common decision that minimum these are the explanations should be kept. In addition to this, a subject experts can put his extra efforts to put extra 2-3 bullet points if he wants to put, is permitted. So that's the way you have to look into this. See, for the expert, what they are mentioning, that italic person, this line, methodology to define set levels and its compliance, data collection, verification, analysis, decision making, and detail of one course per year to be verified. So methodology to define the set level. Simply 65 will not solve. You have to explain the methodology why you have reached 65, given 65 as your cutoff, not 63 or not 67. So the methodology should go with proper justification, explanation. So whatever you see in the course outcome, same procedure will be followed for your program outcomes. So out of 120 marks, 50 marks is towards course outcome, 50 marks is for program outcomes, and 20 marks is for your initial listing of the COPOs and PSOs and correlation matrix. So therefore, if you are maintaining in one of the component like POs you are writing with similar type, if you see here the same, describe the assessment tools and processes used for attainment of PO. So it is listing. SEO also it was there. Different assessment tools you are supposed to list. Quality and relevance of the assessment process and tool, SEO also we did that. Why we picked up this? Similarly, if you go, पुष्पजीत, कभी कभी चलता है कभी कभी नहीं चलता है, पेज शिफ्टिंग में वो प्रॉब्लम करता है। या course wise. What time, you don't get confused in my study institute. Each department will come out with some idea. Institute should have a policy which is generic. So let's say institute define 5 points. Those 5 points you have to must follow. In addition to this, as a course coordinator, you may put 2, you may put extra 3, so like that. Then 3.3.2 provides result of evaluation of each PO and PSO. Already you have done that. What we do here, verification of documents, results, level of attainment of each PO, PSOs, overall level of attainment. If you see the 40 marks, here they generally deduct the mark in the verification of document. What the common remarks they write is the insufficient document. Documents are not well explained. Records are not available. These are the common, क्योंकि हमारा remarks में ज़्यादा लिखने के नहीं, इस टाइप का short लिखा जाता है. Records are insufficient. Records doesn't explain well. Records are not available. So these are the comments which the experts will be writing. Therefore, these records should be good enough to avoid this, because verification of document, result and attainment is going with this 24 marks. 24 marks is a huge mark, and they will always have an option to deduct marks here if they are not comfortable with the data which you are providing. Overall level of attainment, once this is good, this mark automatically follows that. It is always interlinked. This 24 mark, if you are getting good, 16 mark automatically will go in that direction. So for this component, if you see, appropriate attainment level, documentary evidence, detail of PO PSO's attainment from core courses to be verified, at least PO PSO's attainment levels shall be verified. If you remember in this previous slide, not today, what I had told, POs are mainly derived maximum from the core courses. So therefore, here also if you see, PO PSOs are more verified from the core courses. So your course file of the core courses will be asked in this type of situation. So they will arbitrarily pick up core courses file, majority cases. PSO's case, sometimes they go for the electives. They will try to see the electives. But PO's case means they will ask for the core file. So they will see the curriculum, core file, one of the subject from the core file will be asked to verify this thing. And you as a subject teacher, you have to explain. For you, the other coordinator cannot explain. Therefore, you have to understand also. Because they will ask the teacher who is teaching this subject. So let's say this semester he is teaching. Next semester you are teaching, and that time the visiting team has come. Then you have to explain. And previous file you will see that in set only I have started, I don't know, this is a old file which last semester file I am showing you. Then they will tell, okay, bring that faculty and ask this faculty to explain. But majority case, the person who is handling that file during that visit, he will be asked. So it is NTA is that not that 5 faculty of a department of 20 will understand and it will run. No, every individual should be mentally ready for facing this. In fact, nowadays we have slightly reduced. We used to go for domain knowledge test. We used to go for the domain knowledge test of this faculty. लिटरली आपको बच्चा जैसे क्वेश्चन पूछा जाता है, एक्सप्लेन, जैसे हम लोग पूछते थे वेब गाइड में मोड, यू एक्सप्लेन द मोड, explain E2020 mode. So if he is unable to explain and teaching that subject, so the comments is that faculty is not having sufficient domain knowledge, incompetent. ये reflect होता है. So this is contribution of the faculty, how the faculty is involved, all those things are seen. So you need to really very seriously take care of this. And these are the parameters, this 120 mark of COPOs, 120 mark of program curriculum and teaching learning, and 60 mark of the vision mission. These 300 are the turning marks. They will turn your score sheet like anything. If you can save this, rest of the things, if you see, I'll just show you, yeah. This is your tomorrow which we will be discussing. This particular file, these are all calculation bags, student criteria and your faculty criteria are calculation based. Sixth is like infrastructure, कितना लाभ है, लाभ में sufficient equipment है कि नहीं, modernization of लाभ हुआ है कि नहीं, industry based लाभ है कि नहीं, technical staff कितना है, वो qualified है कि नहीं, ये सब आता है उसमें. So वो थोड़ा basically funding and infrastructure dependent, whereas this is method is dependent. पहला तीन ही mainly इसमें issues है. So this three criteria you have to really take care of this thing. They say, look, the enrollment ratio of 20 marks. If 90% of the first year level students of the pre-3 academic years enrollment in the first, so if your enrollment is good and it is greater than 90%, 20 marks you get out of 20. It's nothing to do there. This is straightforward. I cannot reduce the mark here. If your admission is good, that automatically takes care of the requirement. So the follow-up criteria are not very difficult, but these three criteria you have to understand. And honestly, sometimes the experts are not well versed with the COPOs. Sometimes we get new experts, like recently 300 experts have been inducted. So many might be not knowing the things till they are trained, they go for many visits, they see how the things are happening, they may not be knowing very well. So you as faculty, you as the person who is defending your case, so like जब डिफेंड करना होता है ना, बहुत एविडेंस लेके जाना पड़ता है कोर्ट में कि ये भी है, ये भी है, ये है. सो वही वाला सिचुएशन है. वो तो कुछ भी बोलेगा कि आपके पास ये नहीं, देन यू हैव टू से ये मेरे पास है, ये मेरा पास है, ये मेरा पास है, इसलिए ये जमीन, ये पट्टा मेरा है भाई, मेरे को जमीन दे दो. That's the way you have to see to it. Kamal?
Yes sir, yes sir.
Release the quiz for them. Let them solve the quiz, and after that they will start working on the task.
Okay sir.
I am not taking question now because we have kept a open forum discussion on Friday. So you go on noting down your questions. So there will be a full session, and that will be from criteria 1 to criteria 10. All things will be discussed there. So holistically you can visualize that. So that's the reason I have kept a later stage those things. So quiz de do.
Yes sir, mail sir, I'm pasting it in the chat box also.
So quiz has come. Now better solve your quiz now. मैं ऑफ कर दिया, चेक कर लो.